Alrighty.
Yes, we're just trying some stuff out. I'm a little bummed that the whole game seems to revolve around insta-clear AoE ability spam now instead of, you know, intelligent movement and using weapons at all. I am trying a weapon build here, but it looks like the few weapon builds that still exist are all we use the same weapons. Last dagger and relic, restored relic. Kind of, sort of farming for a reactor here for a little bit, and then we're going to do both our dailies and set components for this guy. But I think that Kyle was always my main before, and I think I'm gonna shift to Harris. Okay, I still want to try Kyle without the bombarding. I haven't done since the
Sport like this.
trying to figure out if I can come up with a way to get more mana on this build without hurting both my damage output and my survivability. But now this thing doesn't last long enough unless I'm getting crits. I think part of the problem is I need to, against stuff that's lower level like this, I need to not use this weapon, I need to use a weapon. That turret can stay up indefinitely as long as I'm getting crits. Eliminates me quickly. But this particular weapon only gets crits when you hit with every pellet, which is really good against stuff that lives long enough. Not so good against stuff that doesn't. If the laser on my shoulder is killing everything, then I don't have anything to get crits on, so I can't extend the laser on my shoulder. So a little bit of a catch-22. But we can switch to something like this. And here's the restored relic for what it's worth. This is what everybody uses because you just shoot and you just shoot. Oh, first I gotta reload. Now, I don't have mine modded. Theirs is modded to shoot like easily 5 times as fast. Ridiculous. But, so, all fantastic with this guy. But you shoot, and they, you can't see the explosions. I have that turned off. But it kills everything in pretty much one shot, and the shots, they have like a 70% chance of firing guided shots. So, you don't even really have to aim that much. It's just easy, and this guy can't run out of ammo if you play it right, so.
Sport like this. Yeah, nothing better.
So you just mod for fast reload and fast fire rate, infinite ammo, and you just do this. It's really boring. So I would prefer not to do that. Trying to use some other weapons. Reminds me, I do want to try out the last dagger, which is the other one that everybody uses. Like 90% of builds seem to use like their tactically use Secret Garden because it's just you don't even bother shooting your gun; it just gives you extra damage. All things are weird. The power creep since I last played the game is just nuts. But it was pretty bad then too. I mean, it was just you either used bunny or you didn't farm efficient. That was literally the whole game back then. That's why I quit playing. It's a little bad, but different now. I don't know. I don't know if the sword even provides anything with him. I don't think he gets any bonuses for it. He does get some fire. Why is it not switching to it? I don't know. He does get some firearm bonuses and some of the other stuff. Now, I do have the advantage, though. What I could do is... he's not going to run out of ammo, so when I get the heavy sword that uses big ammo that most people have trouble with running out, this guy wouldn't. And that's pretty cool. But the 1-2 punch of you throw this down and then you hit them all with that isn't bad at all. You don't see the explosion. That's a huge explosion. I was using too many exploding weapons. You literally couldn't see what was going on the screen. I might change that if I'm not going to use the restored relic.
Impressive, huh?
Because it does look really lackluster when you're not. I think this particular sword has a low crit chance too. The Shadow, I think, is a 50% crit chance, which might pair well with this particular weapon, actually. So what we would do here, we throw that, it sucks people in, and then you just boom. Yeah. Swords feel, I think they feel pretty good on low-level content. But on anything big, like, everything's either already dead by the time I get there, to the other players, or I die because I have to get close to hit them, and it just doesn't work. Wait, was that was the end? Getting one at a time, and but not being a good one kind of sucks. Can we also, I think we could also farm these if we just went and did these. Maybe these now, and those are pretty fast. You know what? Let's try. If that works. Now they don't have a cost. They used to have a cost to turn them on. I think it's free now. Hope so. Alright.
More like this. Yeah, there's nothing better.
Even solo, if the laser kills everything, I don't get crits to extend it. Makes this particular build a little trickier. You can see now I'm out of mana because when I'm not getting the other stuff done. I died. Right. Yeah, ran out of mana and I couldn't, It's not like he's difficult. But I ran out of mana and so I couldn't, put up my shields. I've got a shield recovery ability. See, that did not give it. Oh, it did. It gave us a, non-ultimate reactor, which is a little weird. We'll do one more, without the sword and see if, I didn't think it could drop purple reactors in this thing. Yeah, so getting mana back on kill is a mod that I'm really debating slotting in here. So in a case like this, I have an income of mana, because I only have a trickle, and that's only because I have an ability that gives me mana during combat. Normally, you don't get it back. Very rough. For the next like 6-7 seconds we get shields back. We're not getting enough mana. There's a quicker way to do it. Skill duration up and range up. That is not bad. There's no button to compare. Yeah, there it is. We currently have crit rate and crit damage on skills, but we are running a build that does not crit with skills. So, having duration and effect range, duration and range up is better. What I think I want is duration and cooldown, or range and cooldown. Duration and range might end up being the best choice for this particular setup because that means these hit farther and last longer. As you can see right there, if I'm not getting any crits, I'm going to have a 13-second downtime on it. And then this is only up for 6.6 and then has an 11-second cooldown, so there's a 5-second gap there. Cooldown, I'm pretty sure the cooldown starts when you deliver it. Yeah. Should be when this wears off, there should be like a 4-second, 5-second gap. Yeah, 5. Pickles. Yeah, so the survivability, I would ideally want my duration and cooldowns to be the same. But I was going pushing damage, so maybe I have to pull one of these damage things off for 84. 65%? Is that the lowest I have? I don't want to lower my defense really. 61% right there. Yeah, so maybe I would pull this for duration. Do it in that regard. Oh, it is the same slot, so that's really good. But that actually lowers my damage by 20% on the multiplier. I don't want that. There's 20% duration. This one is hit point. And we would lose 100% multiplier on health, which is probably not okay. So I think we would just go with this one, right? 36%, or this one that's 20% plus some health or mana. This one, but let me turn the explosions back on so it looks better. Viewers, it just I normally play with damage numbers off also because both frame rate and if I'm hitting them right. But right now I have damage numbers on because I'm doing testing. So let's find something to hit. I guess we could go to use the target dummy. That's what they're there for, right? Then we'll get our dailies done. It's like 8 missions for the dailies, I think. It's like 2 each in 5 categories, 4 categories.
Welcome, Descendant.
We'll just test just how bad the drop is. I mean, if I didn't care about cooldown as much as I do, like if I knew I could keep the ability up, I can get another like 17-20% damage out of the shoulder cannon, which is pretty cool. The first time it hits each target, it does an extra 17% damage, which is pretty good.
Sport
Our
like
damage
this.
numbers right now.
Yeah, there's nothing better.
158. Thought it was higher than that, but whatever. 158. We this one off duration. Gives us almost overlap here. That's 9 and 11.5. So that's a 2.5 second overload there, or overlap. And here it's only 8 seconds I would have to wait if I ever ran out. Although I would need mana, right? So we might need to put mana on instead of duration, honestly. But that drops it from 150 to 120, which is a pretty sizable drop, right? Two. These up. The more resistant. See what the number is.
Bomb shot.
30,000.
Here comes a big one.
Only 58,000 on a highest level. What did we have there? Singular something. Amplification? There's so many different ones here. Singular amplification. I think this is to squeeze the most damage out. Yeah, I mean, that's almost a 50% increase, right? It goes from 50 to 75. Almost a 50% damage increase on the high level, so I just don't know that that's worth giving up. But the other thing to potentially give up for that slot is MP Collector. Again, this should drop this down to 50 something, right? Back to where we just were. We'll run that fusion with the mana get back on and see if the damage is noticeable at low levels, because these things aren't of a challenging level. Coffee, stop barking. That's everything really fast to get around. It kind of takes some of the danger out, because you can just drive past anything. Now we get mana back when we hit things. So, we should almost certainly have constant mana up for our abilities. It was a problem last time. But here you can see that 9-second cooldown. It may still have a mana issue. See the explosion now. It is satisfying. Sure that there the damage difference was that noticeable. We'll do the actual longer mission where we run out of more things. Okay, so that's better range and cooldown. We lose 9% duration though, which could hurt. To gain percent cooldown, but it's a big, I guess, 2% range increase, right? Yeah. Right. That puts us at a 9.5 second cooldown, so 3.5 seconds of it down. But also important is if it only lasts 6 seconds, that means you got to spend the mana on it that much more often. My build is not really set for that. And here we're at a 14-second duration, but 24, so 10 seconds of downtime. That's very good for me. Where is the actual mission? Great. Let's see if the sustainability of having more mana is better than the extra damage. There you're seeing the 50% damage, and it's taking 2 and 3 shots on things that only took 1 shot before, and there that it ran out. But I do have mana to do my shield. play this on a harder area with a lot more stuff and see.
Sport like this. Yeah, there's nothing better.
Time's just really important on this build.
Changing mags.
Kills things pretty quickly here, but this isn't the hardest. I'll have to try this in the Axiom planes.
Impressive, huh? I'm good at this.
Roll nice against bombers because they are not getting close to me. I guess the other key would be if I tried this without the mod that makes it last longer. And I just went for cooldown and it's just nice that when you're fighting harder stuff and you can get crits, having it up forever and doing more damage is really nice. But then there's also the downside of this version of it. Only I get the laser, and in the other version, everybody in the group gets one. Which is a pretty big deal in the group. Here you can see that's hitting for 80k on these. Too bad. If I go ahead and pop this off, puts us back to the regular version, which is only up for 7.5 and down for 28. So we would definitely, that would take a different build. We'd want it to be up more often, right? Let's see what the actual damage is. I think it's going to be less. That one was 82, just under 82.
This will change the game. Restoring shield.
Yeah, we're back down to 50 something, 30 something on the bigger guys. There's a lot less damage. And it's already worn off. Yeah, so that's a whole different build. You just have to build for it to be up often and for longer. So you build in the duration and skill and back in combat. Roll fast forward view, so nice. More damage, it fires faster. It gets more damage based on my shield, so it coincides well with my high shield build. It's just a lot of plus with this particular setup. Mana's a definite problem.
Sport like this.
Mana's a big problem, and cooldowns are a lesser problem, but still a little bit of a problem. Not sure how survivability is. I haven't taken this to the actual area where it's a problem yet. Could be awful. Haven't had to worry about mana this, which is nice. Big difference not worrying about mana. But then we also have, can we have the duration as an option or more damage as an option? Damage. Didn't get a reactor of the right type that time. It feels weird. We're farming for a character that isn't going to be our primary, which is really a little on the wasteful side. Okay, no good reason. Do one more here, and then we'll get our deals done with this guy, and then we'll look into actual farming.
This'll change the game.
So now we're doing 100k on the little guys, 70 on the big. I mean, that's a lot more damage. If I can sneak in a crit every now and then, that would be nice. The other thing you could do is lower cooldown reduction, get rid of it, right? And I would lose access to the defensive abilities a bit, because they wouldn't be up as much, and the ammo ability like this, but I don't use that all that much. That makes my reload faster, but if the shoulder laser's doing a bunch of the work, it's not as important. And then we could just buff duration, combined with my, if we're getting crits. The downside being whenever we fail and we're not getting the duration extension, and we get knocked down or something and it times out, that could be very bad. We'd be sitting there for 20 seconds or more. Nobody want that. And if we could find a way to have enough mana to reliably be able to use the rockets for damage as well, that would be amazing. Because I get 4 of them. I can't really afford to use them. I don't have enough mana. 4 mana regen. This is again where, even without this I guess next time it's the laser will demonstrate with the boom how the rocket section of the build works. So it's pretty fun to do. You get a bunch of guys, and you just do this, and then this, and they're dead. Works. This stuff's low enough level I can get away with using the sword as a sword too, which is kind of fun. Yeah, the bombers. We do want to use this for the bombers. That's just nuts. Auto kills everything. I don't know what it's going to take to make a melee build actually work. Because I just feel like they don't quite do enough damage, and I take way too much damage while they're going on. Maybe the key is you just build fully into defense. 100% into defense, and then you just buff the crap out of the weapon. I don't know. Oh, I hate that aspect of this when you're right next to somebody and it won't turn fast enough for it. I don't really want to up my turn speed too much, because then I won't be able to aim the guns. But if I'm playing a melee build, that might actually be necessary. So just buff our shields and then go in that way. Come up, blow it up. Also don't really have enough attack speed buffs in the sword yet to use it as a primary, or even attempt to use it as a primary. Now Harris has an interesting interaction with the melee weapon, where if she does her core ability, anything that she hits with the 4 then takes crazy damage with the melee on top of it. Like 50% extra damage. But the weirdness about that is that her 4 almost always one-shots things, even at the higher difficulty. So you're really only able to use that against the boss. And I can't just stand in front of a boss with a melee weapon. So, yeah, it runs into a different problem. I guess you'd build to be able to use that ability as much as possible, but not worry about its damage, which I haven't tried that yet. Maybe I'll try that. Alright, so let's stagger. Does this get, if this gets crits, that might actually be patient. Yeah, firearm crit rate 1% per stack, 30 stacks, so it ends up with 30. Bad. And then we could put the card on here. Let's see, we'd have to lower that. There's a card for a huge gives you a 30% crit chance boost. What upgrading that card does. Let's go back to town, check out build options here, and then do our dailies that I keep saying I'm going to do. So still have a whole bunch of lesser missions to get done. At some point I'm going to have to build to finish the actual mission. I haven't beat the
will make you strong.
Grim Reaper yet. Alright, so weapon. We haven't upgraded the smithereens either. I think we're going to use that for this build, so maybe we need Hypernova. No. The weapon installed. I think it's definitely a lot to do in the whereas like busy work to get. Okay, last step. Lethal finish. What does upgrading it do? Very small percentage increased crit rate and more time back off. Upgrade it more than that. We'll go to that. That's another 9% crit chance. So I guess perfect scenario. We can see what it gives us here as far as uptime. If we're not missing our targets. Again, one of the problems is if you make the shoulder cannon do too much damage, it one-shots everything, and then you can't extend its duration, which is one of those nice problems to have, but it kind of blows.
Sport like this.
Get this started.
Yeah.
On the left, you see the green bar. So we can keep it up infinitely if we never miss. You can see that my total DPS here is only 1.2 million. And here, if I switch to this one, it jumps to 2.4. Then you put this down so your reloads are faster, which is even better. And it will never run out as long as we're getting crits. fun thing about the Smithereen is every pellet seems to count as its own crit. Which means that now we've banked up enough time on this that it would last like the rest of a mission. It's kind of cool. So if you get lucky and you get enough crits in early with the Smithereen on a mission, you don't have to recast this turret. This build. Which is kind of neat. But, as you saw in the lower level missions, that just doesn't happen in practice. Okay, so, this gun's not bad at getting crits, which I guess is what we were looking into it for, right? It's a fair number of crits. It seems fine. I did want to check what is the actual crit rate here. 47 on the melee, so that's not terrible if we just wanted something to keep crits up as well. Fortunately now, I don't know if there's a way to force this. I don't think there's a way to force this off so I can actually see it. Here's what it is. We look for the old numbers now. Here's some crits. You really just need a crit. Each crit gives you back 0.4 of a second. So if you're not attacking fast enough, you can't keep it up indefinitely. You can't have something too slow firing, even if it had 100% crit chance. I think hitting multiple targets counts as multiple crits, multiple pellets counts as multiple crits, so there's several different ways you can go about it. So, yeah, duration, cooldown, and mana are all still a potential problem with this build that we'll have to see if we can't work on. Whether I end up finishing that before I go back to the other character or not, I don't know. There's a lot of challenges for the day. Infiltration. We'll re-roll the fire skills. I don't feel like character right now. 1,000 with a single attack. Or missile will do that right away. Okay, so dailies. First daily. Long place. Try and do our dailies with this character instead of going back to our main. See how it goes here. Upgrade him. At the moment. I'm trying to think. We don't have. I think we will go ahead and unlock the max capacity on this weapon. We'll wait to do it on the last dagger until we use it more. So there's more room to play with here on the Smithereen. We don't have enough leveled up for high or what are these called? High power rounds, because we've never really used them before. A lot to go through here. Now that is a plus on the crit rate, but that's kind of interesting. I'm thinking here, this weapon has a 1% crit chance, right? So you wouldn't build it into crit for that, but it does have, if you hit with all the pellets, it's 100% crit chance. So, like, building for crit chance doesn't make sense because you're either never critting, practically, or you're always critting. But if you put lethal finish on, that is a plus 20%, plus 20, not times 20. So that would just be a 21% chance to crit. That might actually be the difference between me having some uptime versus none while using this. It likely it won't end up being any good. We can see here. That is a special mod, so none of these other special mods would work. Does this weapon have anything decent on? The hit damage is only 10%, so yeah, you wouldn't build it for multi-hits. Fail Analyzer we'll put on for now, because we're going to be doing some of the, those are only good in, well, not only good. They work on anybody with shield, but in the Void missions, everything built for crit damage, crit damage, crit damage. Reload time with crit damage. All of those make sense. Accuracy, crit damage. I probably don't need the accuracy. Obviously, we need to upgrade all of these. We have some resources to worry about. Rate of fire. Oh, we can do a fire rate up there. Shell up would let us carry more shells. That's even if you're reloading fast, not having to reload as often is a pretty good DPS increase. So that might be worth. Plus recoil. I am not worried about recoil on this one. Don't care about crit chance. Rounds per magazine. And we'll upgrade the rest of those later. And this one is experimental. We'll try it out, but I don't have high hopes that it'll be something we end up going with. And we need to get all new components for this guy. None of these are really what we would want for this build. Range and cooldown, which isn't terrible. Kind of thinking maybe duration and cooldown is the better choice here. Yeah, no, that's duration range. So duration cooldown might end up being the key there. Well, when did I get this one? Yeah, that's good cooldown reduction and dimension skill power. Oh, dimension. I wasn't using this, but it's still 7% cooldown. Crit chance up, which we're not using crit on this. Does not help. Need to do 2 of these. Do the hard one, and we'll see if we can live. Our survivability could actually be a problem here. Apologies to the teammates. Hope not to let them down. And it might end up being a more, if you're going to be doing 4-player content, right, a more supporty build that uses
Here comes a big one.
that puts the cannon on everybody, especially for like a boss fight, could be way better. Did wear off. The other problem you run into is if you're not getting the hits, then you're not getting crits anyway, right? And if you're not getting crits, you can't extend it. About to wear off here. Wear off. Test it again. See, this stuff, if I get to shoot it, it lasts long enough to shoot. We're banking some time here, which is good. Whoops. Fuck. Mistakes were made.
Setting objective.
You see, there was the other issue. I wasn't paying attention to my shield.
Anza, are you okay?
Kill himself quite
More
fast
like
right there.
this. Yeah, there's something better. Love this one. Powering shield at
Some mana. Never where I want to be with this build. It's definitely way weaker than my Harris build.
Setting objective.
Okay, I think we've got enough time banked up here that we're doing okay in that regard. I just wish if there's a way to look at the DPS of any individual skill after a match, let me know, because I would love to see that on this one. Do we still have it? No, now it's starting to wear off. Recoil is pretty severe, but
Selecting
seems wear off. Immune. Did I not put the void thing on? Maybe I didn't. It could be a mistake. I thought I put it on here. Looks like I might not be hurting him in the bubble. Too slow on my shield again, damn it. Be careful with that.
Like this.
Yeah, I'm paying attention. Damn it. It's on me, guys.
Stay calm.
I don't know where the third guy even is. There he is.
I'm loading.
Yeah, if he hits me again. Yeah, that could be a problem. Still don't die. You're doing really high damage numbers for that ability. That's not enough to kill him. But adds to them. It's the sad truth of the game right now is you either do ridiculous AoE damage constantly, or you don't worry about playing. I don't like that. It's similar to my problems with the Division when you up the difficulty. It's really the only way to do well is crazy high DPS.
Aim for the weak spot.
I don't want to bring the boss to him. There you go. Yeah, they definitely carried that, not me. Okay, we want the, whichever one has the mana sword first. Yep. Looking at now, but if we refill them, we'll have to run another one of those. But I need to make sure I have the veil analyzer on. Right there. Lay down. Lay down. Oh, what was that sound? Like a gremlin. A moglite. So, did have the veil analyzer on there. Guess not having it upgraded really hurts the output. We might have to get that. Do it. Money. Element.
Ask me anything about modules.
There. Money at all. Also wanted to look into getting I guess what is upgrading the smithereen do? Need to find out again. Ian's unique ability. No, you either. Weird. If they have one to look at what it would, the upgrade will do. We could readjust it a little bit because rounds per magazine is the only one that's even remotely good here. Not much money though. We're not getting lucky here. Their firearm attack's fine, recoil, whatever. The firearm attack, 10% more damage. Got stuff cooking.
If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
together. We don't have anything. We're broke. We need to get some cash. Doing the dailies will do that. Well, void vessel. We want to do another void vessel. Medium. Survivability was definitely sus there. But we didn't. We died during the boss. We might have gone down once during the boss. Not as bad as some of my characters. One was melee, one was not.
This will change the game. Drone explosion.
Guy's hanging back. Part of the We're all gonna die. Yep, they all died. Terrible. Not getting enough trips to carry on here.
Powering shield at light speed.
Did you get on there? Damn it.
Over here.
Yeah, I just don't have the damage output that my other builds do. Like I mentioned earlier, it's very much like the Division. You either do a ridiculous amount of damage or you don't do enough. There's no in between. An easier one just to get the dailies done and move on. Try this one solo first and see if we can even hold it. Things don't take nearly as much health solo. But the boss still might kick my ass. Entirely possible.
This'll change the game. Drone explosion.
Yeah, we just can't deal with things. Look at that. Transmobs are not dying. We're out of mana, so we're not going to be able to cast our thing. That's crazy. It's not just ineffective, it's 100% ineffective. Very weird. Not killing anything. Isn't that weird? Two guys. 100% uptime on our weapon, or our shoulder cannon. It's not gonna matter. Crazy. I'm gonna cut it. Yeah, I don't get it. The weapon's not fully upgraded at all, but the character is. I mean, he doesn't have his trigger going. He's got 10 catalysts. Things upgraded. Run a void vessel on tier level. The problem a lot of these games have, and it is a huge turnoff for me, they're either too easy or too hard. There is nothing in between. The Division 2, love the game, but it's either too easy or too hard. First Ascendant, love the game, but it's either too easy or too hard. And that just keeps me from wanting to play it.
This'll change the game.
Launching void vessel exploration operation.
Second downtime here. Here we're gonna run into the other problem. Things die so fast that we can't keep the closure up.
Story shield. More like this.
See? Too easy or too hard? Nothing in between. This is clearly too easy. Just, it can't be that hard to design something in between, right? Like when I played games like Dark Souls, they felt difficult, but they never felt too hard. And they definitely never felt too easy, even as I got better at it. So, why can't we get a looter shooter that does a similar thing? The problem with the melee weapon, I'm pretty sure that the skill specifically says firearm crits extend duration, which would mean melee crits wouldn't, because there is a distinction that they always make.
More like this. Yeah, there's something better.
Who knows, huh?
Changing mags.
Pretty sure that's what it says, right? Firearm critical hits. Yeah. It also gives a bonus based on it. Got enough keys to warrant checking those. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah. I gotta fix the too easy, too hard problem of a lot of these games. I know Division's making that new realism mode, which I'm gonna watch a video on that here in a bit. And I just hope that doesn't fall into too easy, too hard, right? Hopefully it's challenging without being ridiculously hard.
Support ends when we're out of supplies.
I got those three shirts, yeah. Literally can't hit anything before it's already dead.
Impressive, huh? Loading.
These are easy content. It's a decent choice. Right? Automatically killing everything around you. Okay. I just want to try and make it somewhat viable.
Drone explosion. Here comes a big one.
I also wish that like mid-air grapple wasn't so good because that's all anybody uses. There's all these really interesting sub-attack mods. Swords, claws, fist, anfa. There's all these interesting choices and nobody ever uses any of them. Because mid-air grapple is just too useful. Because going fast is all that matters in the game. Do content fast. Better way to do content fast, move fast. That's it. That's all that matters. Kind of a letdown, honestly. I get a single crit from any time in here. Try out the dagger.
This'll change the game.
An enemy container has been revealed.
That's
Please
so
verify
weird.
the data.
Everything's too easy or too hard. Without a doubt. I have to take a bio break here. I'll be back.
Enhancing firearm. Impressive, huh?
Descendant, the Vulgus have targeted a nearby Albion Kuiper storage facility.
Support ends when we're out of supplies. This'll change. supplies.
We're continuing to identify incoming Vulgus. We must hold our defense. The facility is under attack.
Gotta love people going AFK in a public mission. They ruin it for everybody. It scales up based on the number of people, so if you're not pulling your weight, it makes it much harder on everybody else. I'm gonna reroll this one a little bit too. I don't want to spend too many resources on weapons I might not end up using. But we'll take a look here. No, I don't need help, but thanks for asking. I'm just tooling around solo. I haven't played in a while. The game still has a lot of the problems that I always had with it. Like this and the Division, it's like both of them are always either too hard or too easy. You know, there's like nothing in between, and that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I was on the weapons. You either kill everything without even having to try, or everything's too hard for you to do anything, and that gets old to me. I came back to the game. I was hoping it wasn't going to be like that. It kind of still is, but Harris is my primary, and she cleans things up quite a bit faster than this one. Rounds per magazine, not terrible. I think this gun works well on a multi-hit. Wouldn't be terrible. But that's a multiplier, not a we'll try one more here. There we go. Hold these. Purple, that's fine. One more. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do, right? Yeah, that's a huge problem the game has had for a while. I mean, at launch, it was basically if you use Bunny, everything's too easy, and you can farm super fast. If you don't use Bunny, you don't, right? And so I quit playing at one point at that. I came back a couple of years, I guess like a year after that. That problem was mostly gone, but then it was like, here's a list of all the characters that things are too easy for. Don't worry about using anybody else. Here's the weapons that work great. Don't use anything else because it all sucks. So it's like, what is it? The Restored Relic, the Last Dagger, Secret Garden. and a handful of characters. And if you're not using one of those things, you can't do any of the content. And if you're using those things, the content's too easy. I don't know. It's a weird game design. And I keep coming back to the game because I want to enjoy it, right? It's a neat game. Their balance decisions are horrible. And like I mentioned, the Division, it's in a similar place. Like, when you get too good to do challenging and you bump it up to heroic, heroic becomes an awful, everything one-shots you and everything's a bullet sponge until you get to a certain point. And then that becomes too easy, right? There's never a point where everything's just challenging. It's all either too hard or too easy. Which can definitely ruin an otherwise good game. There are a handful of games that don't fall into that. I don't think I ever felt that way in any of the Dark Souls games I've played. Remnant and Remnant 2 doesn't feel that way to me. Like, you get more powerful and things become easier, but at no point is everything a cakewalk to me. Plus, you can always up the difficulty, and when you do, it doesn't feel undoable. I don't know. I know it just sounds like me whining, and to some extent it certainly is. Plenty of people are enjoying the game, right? It's probably not for me just because of the direction that they've taken it. There's so many things to do, to unlock, but a lot of the unlocks require going back to stuff that, like, is so easy now that it's just stupid. Like, it's a waste of time. It's just tedious. A game should be fun to play, right? And instead, what these games are is you play them and you get this sense of satisfaction of checking boxes and getting stuff. But is the actual gameplay fun? Is it fun at its core to run around and everything around you just dies without you ever having to do anything? I understand the power fantasy and why it can feel fun at first, but is that actual gameplay? I would argue it's not. But I had a similar problem, like 99% of MMOs, their idea of gameplay is go here, click that, bring it back. Go here, click that. Click these 5 things, come back. That's not gameplay.
Descendant, number 17.
I also feel like a game should be fun whether you're winning or losing.
Good luck.
You should have enjoyed playing the game. And that is not true of a lot of video games. Especially, you know, versus games. If I play something like Rocket League or Call of Duty, I should have fun even if I'm losing. I'm not sure that's true anymore. I feel like it can all be wrapped up here too, because like the final waves of this are actually kind of hard, and you either can do it or you can't, right? You have a build that either melts it or doesn't. But the early levels that you have to do to get there, you literally don't have to do anything. I should stay in health in case he doesn't have a build. I don't know. I've been running into a problem here. I'm trying to get a, this focus fire shoulder cannon build going with Enzo. And of course, its little thing, which hasn't been updated to work with melee weapons either, which is kind of annoying. Every firearm crit... He's already almost done over here because I'm busy talking. Every firearm crit increases the duration, right? But melee crits don't do anything, so you can't use it with a melee weapon, which kind of sucks. But at any rate, if you get the laser doing too much damage, it one-shots everything, so you're not going to get any firearm crits to keep it going, right? If you make it do too little, it's not worth getting the firearm crits to go. So it's kind of a tricky medium here. Like right now, I've got it doing too much damage for the lower level content. It one-shots everything, but then it goes on cooldown, so I would need to build a lot more duration. I think I might just need to tweak the build so that I do less damage and have higher cooldown duration until I go to the really hard. I'm not paying attention again. I'm sorry, teammate. It's me. It's a me problem. Being a good teammate here. And then against the really hard stuff, I can keep it 100% uptime because I get all the crits, right, and it's shooting. But I literally, like, when I went into the hard, medium void vessel, I can keep my shoulder cannon up permanently, but nothing dies at all. It's really frustrating. And I also keep forgetting I have a vehicle because I just recently got the vehicle. Just didn't exist when I played before. Vehicles and dogs, so I spent my first few days back getting a dog and a vehicle. And again, the process of getting them wasn't fun because you just run the same shit over and over, and the shit that you're running doesn't require you to think. I don't. There's definitely room in the genre for a game that you actually have to think,
We've sighted
use
another
tactics,
Vulgus leading the
move,
defensive
get good
forces.
loot.
Eliminate this target and stand by for next transmission.
I don't know what we gotta do to get that game, but I'd love it. I just don't think there's really any excuse for a mode that you still have to go to not be updated to be fun. If it's not
They're
fun, remove it
reinforcing
from the
their
game.
defense. We need to eliminate them immediately.
They did rework the defense missions, I guess, at some point since I last played them, right? Because they weren't the way they are now. I'm going to let him go there, because I think this early we could probably both take different ones. Not something I would suggest doing later. Because I don't have enough faith in my build for later. But see, I can't even get a shot off at anything, because my laser's too good. Good problem to have, though, right? This is an unupgraded last dagger. I know it's one of the guns everybody uses, so I was trying it out. Just kind of base. I think for what I'm looking at in the build, the Smithereens actually are really good at. Yeah, he did his, and he's almost done the other one. But the whole game is devolved into don't bother using weapons. It's AoE skill spam. Is all you need for any content in the game. Is AoE skill spam. And then, like, the big Colossus, you just make sure you have enough resistance to not insta-die, and you'll be fine. There's so much more potential than that. Is this a Freyna? Yeah. Seen her really since she got reworked. But see, they put those down and they just walk away. And that point's done. Yeah, I mean, that's like, I'm really powerful, right? And that's cool. It's good to feel powerful in a game. But is it fun to just slap something down? Look, she literally just stands there, doesn't have to do a damn thing. It's a waste of your day. At that point, I would actually argue anybody that plays like that and says, hey, I play the Descendant. No, you don't. You watch the Descendant. You watch the Descendant daily. It's like a TV show that you hit a couple buttons every now and then. I don't know. I do sound awfully jaded. Shields that are damage type? Well, yeah, that's another thing that it's a cool concept on paper. But then you like put a void analyzer on, right? And none of that matters. I haven't seen Luna since, I think she got a rework at some time too, right? Because I played her when she came out. That was about the time I quit. I played Luna. She was awful. It was very clunky. Like, a rhythm character should feel very smooth, and she didn't. So it was about the time I quit playing, most recently. Although she came out before Haley, right? I did play briefly when Haley came out. And then when I just came back, like, every character that came out after Haley's new to me. So. So I played briefly once Halo came out. But they don't seem to understand that aspect. Like when people were saying, "Oh, Bunny's the only one worth using," instead what they did was they never reeled in Bunny in their clear times. They just slowly made several other characters as good. Yeah, I did unlock her. She's pretty nuts. Like really nuts. You put down that thunder or whatever. Thunder striker. But again, it's the same as all of these characters, right? Like Valby's Puddle, Inez, or not Inez, Freyna with the poison, Bunny's little AoE. All of those are just everything in this area dies. Enjoy the game. It's kind of weird. Like you can distill the whole game to, can you kill everything that comes near you without doing anything? If yes, good character. And there's no solution to that. Like, the only solution to that would be rework things. These types of AoEs should probably not, like, fully kill shit that fast. They should be helping you kill things, right? Putting on resistances versus other stuff combined with, oh shit, I just started one on my own. No, oh, they put... Yeah, they just did all 4 of these on their own before I could get there. Because puddles. Yeah, I mean, yay, I got my daily done without having to work. But
We've detected an enemy unit.
did I have fun? No.
Strong readings. Identification.
I
Commander
don't know.
of the defensive forces.
Yeah, these types of AoEs, if they can outright kill everything, they will always be best in any game. Instead, they really need to just do incidental damage that helps you while you're doing other things. Like point-blank burst AoE
Their defensive
can
forces
kill
are closing
things,
in
right?
from all sides.
But pulsing AoE that constantly hits should never be. Yeah, see, here we go from everything's one shot to I'm having trouble killing stuff. Thankfully, Freyna's going to make it not matter for me. I'm getting carried pretty hard here. Yeah, see, she doesn't even need to be here anymore. Ridiculous. But yeah, if you put that puddle down and everything in it takes some damage and takes extra damage from firearm and melee, for example. Boom, now you've encouraged people to actually use the guns they have. I'd be surprised to find out if less than 90% of the best speed clears even use a gun for gun stuff. Right? They all probably just have a stat stick. Which, in a looter shooter with hundreds of guns, what's the fucking point of getting a gun if it's just a stat? Now, despite all this bitching, I'm still playing the game, right? Yeah, she works based on just guns, right? And I've heard she's fairly good right now. But one character working okay with guns does not mean that guns are okay. You know what I mean? Like, in my ideal version of a game like this, every character should be able to be either skills or guns, just some are better at one or the other. But you should viably be able to do all content with a really nice gun, like upgraded gun, not just one gun out of the hundreds.
We're picking up a signal for a unit whose power capabilities are off the scale.
Because that brings you back to, like, with Karina, there's probably three guns you can use if you wanted to do a big build.
Enemy annihilated. Mission accomplished, descent.
And that just seems very limiting, too. Every time I come back to the game, I see all of the potential again. And I'm like, man, I really wish this game had more, like, not had more to do, because there's tons to do. I just wish it was, like, I get these tiny bursts of that was kind of fun. But, like, even in the, like, I can clear Axiom Plane stuff with my Harris now. And I'm really liking her toolkit stuff. But basically, I just slam into shit and it all dies. And if I ever stop slamming, I die in like 2 seconds. It's not really fun. I haven't been back to Warframe in a while. I assume it's still like that, because it always had a problem with that. You're either killing everything without thinking or you're dead. But both of these games, like low level, are fun because like things are challenging without being impossible or brain dead. So many good games right now. I really probably should be playing something.
Hi there.
Some
Do you
plus
have...
stuff.
Ah, Descendant. I've been waiting for you.
I don't really care about the story anymore
Hello,
either.
Descendant.
And then there's the
Give
other
me
weird
a
thing that,
minute
like,
and let
I'm
me
a dude,
analyze
I
the
like
substance you
boobs.
brought in.
I don't need them all over everything.
Structure is straightforward.
The game definitely leans that
I
way
knew it.
pretty hard.
The intermolecular interactions.
But, I mean, almost every game I play leans some direction I'm not a huge fan of. Like, Call of Duty's huge on the pot culture, and I'm not big on that either, so you just deal with it. Where are my ways to unlock? Yeah, do this one. You. Okay, so now he has missions. This guy didn't used to do anything. I'll have to look into how these work. These are all in the Axion fields, it looks like. The Colossus, yep. I haven't done that, Let's stop tracking this now. Shit. It's just tricky. It really, to me, it feels like they needed more granular difficulty rather than just normal and hard. And of course, Axiom Planes is only available in one difficulty, right? Which can cause difficulty. That's really about it. Like, because you look at a new player or a new character, right? If you want to switch to a new gun that hasn't been upgraded, you don't have the money to upgrade it. You basically just can't use it. You go do something else with something else to get the resources to upgrade it. I kind of wandered around here. I need to put my head on. Do the difficulties. We've got Sigma sectors, infiltration. Let's do ones that get just support tokens here. Saying it's not that big a deal anyway. It's like a lot of mobile games is what that part boils down to. Like, I feel that to level something up, you should have to use the something that you're leveling up, right? And there's a lot of mechanics in this game where you basically can just get on your main grind shit, right? Put an extra gun on. You're not even using the gun, really. You're just killing stuff with your skills, and boom, now your gun's fully leveled. Stuff like that. I think using something to level that something
Executive Officer
should be
here.
required in a game.
Commence mission to recapture the old mystery.
About this mission, I remember this now. Walking so slowly. I had auto sprint on. Now all of a sudden I'm not. Weird. Out of the turret just in time to get in the room. Yep. Good times. Yeah, that's a problem a lot of mobile games run into with the whole you get a new character and you're like all excited about this new character, but then until you get 5 copies of the same character and you merge it together, there's no point in using it. The ultimate weapons are similar to that, right? Oh, you got this new ultimate weapon. Well, most of them aren't going to be any good until you merge them, you know, with other ones of the same type. And you don't use the gun while you're doing that. So you got this really cool new thing that you can't use until you keep getting that cool new thing. And then you get it and it might not even be any good. It's pretty frustrating. It's all about trying to create ways for people to play your game more instead of ways for people to want to play your game more because it's amazing and fun. This content's easy enough that I can just use the gun, and
Sport like this.
I'm never going to really be... Like, why don't we have a higher difficulty on infiltration? Like, the character power level creep has been crazy, but there's tons of content you just can't do if you want to actually have to try. It's whining again. I'm still playing it. It's a dopamine thing. Number go up. Feel good. Probably should play more Arc Raiders. Type of game where doing the same thing over and over again can feel interesting, at least because it's, you know, slightly different because you have other players to worry about. The other big thing I was mentioning about earlier is we got so many different sub-attack options, but does anybody seriously use anything other than mid-air grapple? Like, for the most part, it's just strictly better to be able to grapple anyway, right? It's just faster, and in this game, speed is everything. Doing it very well, but... Huh?
This'll change the game.
Yeah, having tons of options doesn't matter if none of those options are worth using. And I think that's really what the whole game boils down to. Like, most characters aren't worth using. Most weapons aren't worth using. There's exceptions to all of these, of course. And even if you look at characters, like you pick any one character, there's usually one way that's way better to play them. Like there aren't a whole lot of bunnies running around that aren't focusing on, you know, killing everything around with the AoE. Which is a shame. Again, so many characters, it'd be very interesting if there was more build diversity. Like this residual memory from playing this way back. When the game first came out, these infiltrations were actually tough without being impossible. So they had a thing going, right? But the power creep is just absolutely nuts. And 2 of those are incredible AoE. Everything around him just dies, right? I don't know much about Serena. You know, in theory, I've just pieced together that she's built on multi-hit with weapons and has lots of synergies with making her weapons hit harder. I don't know how that can compare though, right? Like, how does she clear a room? You can't clear a room as fast as Inez, right? There's no way, because you're not hitting everything in the room at once. Like, how would you ever compare with somebody that one-taps everything in the room at once? with a gun. Like, a gun would never compare with that. Unless the gun also hit everything in the room at once. This isn't challenging gunplay, is it? But I do remember having to figure out how to kill these guys, and for the ones with all the orbs that kept changing where they were and shit.
Well done, Descendant.
Some of those mechanics felt difficult just to be difficult, which also isn't a direction I would encourage. Probably in the minority on the whole thing, but I would rather play a game with less enemies that are tougher to kill, and you had to actually like work on it and focus on it. I don't know. Like, I'd like to like whittle away, hit a guy's weak point, dash past him, block his attack. I guess what I'm asking for more is a looter shooter, Dark Soulsy game of this type, which isn't a thing. I'm running the wrong way again. I gotta do one more in... Oh, I can't. Okay, so it turns the gun into an AoE, so that's why it's good. Yeah, it's just frustrating. There needs to be another way to do things. I would say, I would probably bet a sizable amount of money that most people that are still playing this game are playing it because they've been playing it. Kind of the sunk cost fallacy. I've already put 1.5 years, 2 years into this game. I can't quit now. I've already put X amount of money or time into this. I shouldn't leave it now. And that is a, your whole world becomes much more free when you can just disconnect from that. I used to feel the same way, especially games with like a battle pass. You buy a battle pass, you're like, I'm not having fun, but my God, I gotta finish this battle pass. You know? Once I got to the point where I'd be like, you know what? I'm not having fun. I'm not doing the rest of this battle pass. It sucks, but whatever. I lose a little money on it. Man, that's freeing.
HQ here.
And it's not easy to do, because human nature is very much, not like that. Yeah, see here, we got 3 bunnies? No, 2 bunnies and I don't know what that... Oh, I can't aim. 2 bunnies and something. But, like, even if I hadn't missed that jump, there's no way for me to keep up with them. Like, physically I can't keep up, but even beyond that, like, I'm never going to get to kill anything this game. How is that fun, right? All they're doing is sprinting to the end. They're not actually doing anything. And all I'm doing is not a damn thing, because I can't catch up. Not good gameplay either. Now, I would still suggest... Oh, that's the way to go, is it? I would still suggest to the... Yeah, I did the same. I put tons of money and time into Fortnite. And, I bailed on it. I've gone back a couple times. I bailed on a Call of Duty battle pass or two when I'm just no longer having fun, you know? I probably won't keep playing this. I am in that...
Sport like this.
And I don't even know which way to go because everything's dead, you know? And I don't remember the map that much. Yeah, very awkward. I don't know that I'll finish this one either. But I kind of do want the thing at the end. Like, it's a cool cosmetic. I am a sucker for cosmetics, and that does bite me sometimes. Because, like, I am not having fun at all. And as you've heard me bitch and moan, I've pointed out a lot of the fundamental reasons that I might never have fun in this game again. But I'm still playing it. Kind of crazy. But I would still suggest that anybody that has never played this, play it, right? Start playing it. Don't put money into it, but play it, because I thought that the, like, the learning learning characters, going through the story the first time, and doing hard when you first start doing hard. All of that was very enjoyable and challenging. So I would very much still suggest a new player plays this. However, I don't see any reason to recommend somebody keep playing this. Basically, once you get through the beginning storyline, like even the later storyline, like where I'm at now, is pretty fucked up too, because you've got to be able to do Axiom Plains content, which is some of the least well balanced stuff in a video game I've ever played. Like my first successful things done in the Axiom Plains were very much if somebody's there to carry me, I can do it. Otherwise, I would be grinding for many, many hours just to see the next story bit, right?
Mission complete. Well done.
And I was following the story at the start, but because of those types of reasons, that's why I haven't really done the story anymore. Like even right now, I'm playing way too many things. See, I'm of two minds of that. I love making builds in game. But I try making builds in this game and then doing the high-end content and nothing works, right? Because there's only certain things that work. Like anything less than min-maxing does not cut it at the top end in this game. And I don't know that that's I mean, I guess you do need, a game does need to have some reason for people that are top of the line and like to min-max, a reason for them to play, right? There does need to be some kind of content like that. Like a lot of MMOs, they use whatever their raid version for that. But I always hated that too, because I don't like raids, because they involve having to work with other people, which is something I can't stand in most games, because, you know, people tend to piss me off. This build's gonna do well in here, so I'll apologize to my teammates ahead of time. Yeah, but just you wouldn't be able to do the content. I don't know. Higher level people would be bored if everything was easier, right? It's already too easy for the most part. So the hardest stuff shouldn't be too easy. But you definitely shouldn't have story locked behind shit as hard as some of this is. Oh yeah, Destiny raids. I did the first Destiny raid, right, when it first came out. What was that? Something glass.
Descendant, confirm arrival of the operation.
I did that. I worked
Proceed
with
with
people.
caution.
I played with a bunch of people in Australia, actually. I'm in the U.S., so that was there are definitely some latency issues there. But and we figured it out. We played it. And the thing was, it was enjoyable from the aspect of it was a smaller group of people. I mean, calling it a raid, like MMO raids were always like massive amounts of people, tons of ways for things to go wrong, so that's not really the same. But yeah, it was a raid. It was super hard content. There was tons of stuff you could only get there. And it's, to me, it's interesting that that type of stuff exists. I don't enjoy it, and I don't know that stuff should be locked behind things that are that different.
Arcane life signs detected inside a vault structure.
Now, of course, I am biased because I don't enjoy the content, so of course I don't want something that I want locked behind something I don't like to do, right? But that's not, like, the only reason. I do think it was very difficult. I do think the average person probably never did a raid. Not successfully, anyway. They'd probably bang their head on the platforming in that raid in Destiny.
Descendant,
right?
Stop the enemy troop deployment.
Bang your head at that platforming and then just say, this is bullshit, I'm never doing this.
Here comes a big one.
Because that's another issue I have with games, is stay in your lane. If I wanted to play a platformer, I'd buy a platformer. If your game is not designed with platforming in mind, don't put platforming in the game. Like Guild Wars 2 was a huge example of that, because the game had like borderline impassable movement controls, and then they put tons of like platforming puzzles in it. That's a fucking nightmare. Like, I'd love Jaber to work, because turrets sound fun. See, now, a Scottish accent, one of the few that I have no problem understanding 90% of the time, even really strong ones.
Hound Actual to HQ.
Don't really have a reason for it. I don't know. I am of Scottish heritage, but it's not like I grew up listening to people speak with Scottish accents. But we went over to Scotland once, and I understood everything everybody was saying, and the person I was with is like, what? How? By the end of it, she understood. By the end of the week or so, but that one just came naturally. But still, I bet it was a blast listening to him. Gotta do one more of those. Sometimes games like this piss me off, and then I just want to turn my brain off. So I'll play games in the Vampire Survivor like genre, because those games, at least, they don't lie about the fact that you're really not doing much, right? Most of them. I do like the ones that actually at least have a button like to dodge, so you're doing something. They're kind of like interactive idle clickers. But they don't hide it, right? Oh, you know, that reminds me, that Mecharashi or whatever, that's a game I might go back into. That has tons of problems, especially with, like, monetization, and it's got tons of aspects of it that are very,
Here comes a big one.
based on it being a mobile
This is
game.
Hound Actual. Reporting extreme
But the actual
concentration of
gameplay
void
was
energy
fun. That was
within the
turn-based tactical
All
mech
units,
game.
Please proceed at your own discretion, but do not exceed your
Oh, this
limits.
is kind of cool. I can actually put my turret up and then drive around. Eh, that kind of thing's neat. Oh yeah, what I was saying about Jaber is I'd love to play Jaber and use his turrets and stuff, but really what content do you have time to put a turret down and actually let it do something before you're supposed to be somewhere else, right? I put these turrets down. Oh, everybody's fighting something somewhere else. Everything here's dead. Oh well. Now I gotta wait for my turrets. Stuff like that. Just see, you know, there's no point. But if it was like actually put the turrets down, weave around them, shooting stuff, you know, that could be interesting. So, because I could do this, can a bunny just
Like this.
get on a bike after triggering her ability? I bet I could do that with Harris, right? I could put the AoE on Harris and then just get on my bike and kill everything? That seems so wrong. And a huge turn-off on a lot of MMOs is if I try and do a dungeon. This happened to me in Final Fantasy XIV.
Wide-range shaping
So-
charge drop complete.
Was
Begin
it
the
14?
void
Yeah,
energy
14.
purification operation.
I want to go in this dungeon, learn it, enjoy it. I get in and everybody
Then
just
activate
runs.
the remote
They
detonation
run
device.
past every creature. They train everything to the end and then they kill it all at once. That's not fun. I'm playing games to have fun, right? Not just to tick a box and say I did this. Which also, if you're doing it that way, I don't even know that you can say you did it. And it counts the speed on the bite, because that's fucking nasty. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those interactions that you're like, that's neat that it works that way. But then you gotta take a step back and go, that's neat, it works that way, but it kind of ruins the gameplay. It matters, right? Should matter anyway. Having controller issues. I don't mean the controller, I mean me with the controller. I'm having trouble even keeping up with where we're supposed to be. Like, this is
Captain Elliot.
anything but
Deploying
fun.
RK. I am.
I got blinded over
The
there?
original.
Oh, and teleported in. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I really just wanted to put together a gun build with Enzo. Because then, you know, I don't have to worry about ammo. But I wanted my shoulder turret doing good damage while I shoot. It just seems like it would be interesting and fun. And it kind of is. There's just no content where it's actually working, you know? Yeah, like...
Oh my!
Okay.
Extraction from operation
Yay!
zone initiated. Good work, Descendant.
I mean, obviously, it gets viewers to some extent because you showed up, right? But what do people want to watch somebody do in a game of this nature? I honestly wonder. So much of the stuff is like you literally complete missions in 1 to 3 minutes by sprinting through it as fast as possible. And again, when the game first came out, that wasn't the case, right? Like, there was plenty to watch. Like, Colossus fights as people figure out how to do them, and, you know, you're not just, like, killing a Colossus in under a minute, which that did start happening pretty quickly in the game's life cycle, let's be real. Alright, so here's the moment of truth. We take this guy into the Axiom Plains, and I bet I just die instantly. But we'll see. Probably gonna have to switch. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just curious because I know some games like if I was playing Call of Duty, people typically either just pop in just to shoot the shit, right? Or they pop in to see if you're any good, and if you are, they'll watch because of skill reasons. RPGs, a lot of times people will walk just to follow along with the story or what have you. You know, I'm just kind of curious. Oh, if somebody's already doing something, I want to get in on that. This one. Just curious. Is there something going on here? Oh, a little bit of frame rate issue. I'm like, here, I might be able to do something, and I bet... Yeah, see, I can barely pick one. I might be able to kill them. Now, see, that's a little more bullet spongy than I would like. But, at least things aren't dying instantly, right? But, again, that's the problem Division has, is everything's either dead too fast or it's a fucking bullet sponge. Okay, yeah, I can't kill this stuff.
Target nearby. I'll guide you to the location.
Body blocked, and now I'm dead.
Request
Yay,
a
that's
takedown
fun.
of enemy assault ship.
Yeah, they're not even gonna try and get me. Nope, they aren't. Okay. Yeah, people just don't give a fuck, huh? Alright. I love you too, man. Nearly everything. These missions are nuts because, like, there's too much stuff. There's too many enemies. Like, they really, really leaned into the whole, we like AoE clear. So here's some AoE clear for your AoE clear. Would you like a few hundred more bad guys? And then they have this whole mechanic with you pick up the weapons to shoot the ships. Except you can't half the time because there's too much shit in your way. Like if I pick this up, it's gonna work this time. But half the time, like these guys get in your way, right? And you can't actually aim at a ship because you're hitting the guy in your face. I don't know. There's just so much of the game. Like, did they play their own game when they designed it? Is what it comes down to me. And we had a bunch of viewers there for a minute. I think we lost them all because I'm still whining. It is what it is. And I could be harsh on a game. Should have heard me at Skull and Bones when it came out. And I'm an Ubisoft partner. So that was something. Shelve this for now. Resave the preset. I'm trying to make her work as a melee, but again, until you have this thing fully upgraded and all of that, I'm not sure you do it. And how are you even supposed to play a melee weapon in this game when everything kills you if you get there? Skull and Bones had tons of problems when it came out. From behind the scenes issues, like the development studio was paid by I think it was the Singapore government. And there was all kinds of weird red tape behind it. They kept changing what type of game it was. Like, they had issues before they even came out. And then when they came out, the number one problems were it wasn't the game people wanted, right? People were mad at it for not being the game that they thought it was going to be instead of looking at it for what it was. Like, it was an arcade ship sailing simulator. That's really it. See if I can make it through this one. This is a pretty hard mission, though. People were mad that you didn't have ground combat, right? That you couldn't get off your ship to go grab resources and stuff. But the game, that's not the type of game it was. It wasn't a realistic sailing simulator. And it wasn't a pirate simulator. It was a pirate ship arcade game, right? With a open world RPG wrapper. But that it didn't help that when it launched, it had tons of bugs. Like, it was horrible at launch from a gameplay standpoint. There were things that just didn't make sense, like the game constantly popping an actual window up in the middle of your screen, blocking all your shit so you can't see. Like, stuff like that. How did that make it through testing? There was tons of different things like that going on. Just stuff that didn't make sense. Like 10 different systems designed by 10 different people that never talked to each other, and then it all got put in the same game. However, like a lot of Ubisoft games, honestly, look at Rainbow Six. You know, it was a failure at launch, and then it became a game that ran for almost 15 years now.
Battle sequence now.
It's just now petering out again. So anyway, they worked on it, and they kept working on it, and they kept slowly changing, like, the things that people saw as problems. And it got to a point that probably about a year ago now, it became a very good game. Like, if you like the core, like I like to sail and shoot aspect of the game, it's fun. And it's kind of relaxing, which is something that more games need. Like, there's kind of a zen to just sailing around shooting shit. You know what I mean? It does suffer from some of the same things I bitched about this. Like, there's stuff that you have to do just to do it. I don't know if you can even hear me, right? My headset's so loud I can't hear me. But that doesn't mean you can't hear me, so let me know if the audio balance is okay. And yeah, with this build, by the way, as long as I'm either unkillable or I'm dead, there's nothing in between, which is a very weird feeling. When I'm shooting my gun, there's no need to shoot the gun, ever. Okay, yeah, I'll turn it down when I get a moment, but I can't do that in the middle, or I will be way too far behind my teammates. But they just kept tweaking and retweaking systems, right? They finally found a sweet spot where the game was really fun and there was tons to do. But then after that, they kind of started moving towards a similar problem this game has with the whole power creep, or things that were fun events at the time that they're trying to force to still be there. And it's got some issues now that are different. But just like this, I would suggest to anybody, it's worth playing, it's worth picking up, worth having fun with. If you like the core gameplay, right? The ship stuff. It's very fun. In fact, I'll probably fire that back up here, maybe even today, but at some point in the near future, because it's very unique. There's no other game that does what it does, and I had a lot of fun with it. I did have a problem coming back into it, similar to this game, right? If you came back into this and you hit a point where you realize, I can't do any of the content because all of my descendants aren't descendants that are good enough, right? And I need a new descendant. It's got a kind of feel of that. Some of the new stuff requires upgraded ships, and not all my ships are upgraded, and I assume a new player would run into that problem too. So there's some, you know, you gotta get your shit upgraded before you can do stuff. Oh, I just went back. I am stuck. I am 100% stuck. Is there an unstuck feature? Can I get on my bike? I can get on my bike and still be stuck. This is some funny shit. Alright. Yep, no button working. There's no one stuck? Lovely. Am I literally just... I guess I can adjust the volume now, can't I? Yeah, I'm stuck until they do something here. Alright. We will up the volume of the mic here. Yeah, I went back to Fallout. Fallout's the exact same. I love it. And it's still really good. Like, it's a very good game. That's another game that launched in a shit situation, right? It launched very badly. Wasn't very, tons of bugs. Wasn't the game people wanted. I mean, it's almost the carbon copy story. It wasn't the game people wanted, and it had bugs. Period. So nobody really gave it a chance. Fallout 76 is a very, very good game. But right now, everybody uses the same thing in that game, and content is either too easy or too hard, exactly like this game. I've been playing Division 2 again, and I run into the same... There is no way out of this, is that correct? I gotta wait until I get to the point where they move me. Yeah, this is some serious bullshit. Are they waiting for me? Because I can't get there. This is annoying.
Take that.
Anything I haven't tried. There we go. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, the weird interaction she has here with melee, where if I hit something with my 4, I then do 50% more damage with melee. But the only things that live through my 4 are bosses like this that I can't stand in front of in melee. I don't know. It's very weird. So I do that, and then this does way more damage for 10 seconds or whatever. But then you gotta get the fuck out. Oh. But yeah, every time I go back to the Division 2, I'm like, I love this game. This is so much fun. And then I get back up to speed. Challenging becomes too easy. I put it on heroic, and I'm like, this game is ass. Everything's a bullet sponge. It kills me in one shot. This isn't fun. It's like clockwork. Kind of annoying. I've gone through that cycle probably 5 times in 8 years. Oh my. I don't know if you can hear the dog howling, but he's not having a good time. I still don't know this guy's mechanics because everything's too much chaos. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm trying to figure it out, you know? Oh my god, I cannot focus. Can you hear the dog screaming, or is my NVIDIA broadcast actually working? Because holy shit, is he going nuts. That's the other thing. Hey, in a game where everything is skill-based now, let's have your skills all get disabled. That's stupid. That's really stupid. I mean, it's a normal, like, it's a mechanic that should be good and should be normal, right? Yeah, the content in almost every ARPG works that way, unfortunately. Very few of them don't. And they also are really good at the whole pigeonholing where, like, if you want to push further in this content on the, you know, like ladders or descending into harder and harder content, there's like, here's your 2 choices of what you could do. That's it. In a game with a million fucking combinations and choices, here's the 2 that work. That stuff can get very frustrating. Okay, is that it for the dailies? I gotta figure out what I'm actually gonna do today for fun. Neither of those counted because neither one were operational area quests. Oh my god. Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. Bad. Just wasted time doing those. And the second one was probably more of an infiltration. But wasn't that first one I did out in the open pretty cool? What are battlefield missions? Is it only these? What do they count? What counts towards the calls? My dog not breaking stuff down now. Axiom Plains operational area. I'm not fully grasping what that is because it wasn't one of these. I would have thought it would be, right? Didn't do one of these. I guess I could try and do one of these then. Weird. Yeah, balance in in-game is a definite problem, and that's where games that have you going against other players have an advantage, because by the very nature that you're going against a player, there's an unpredictability and a everything's different each time type feel to it, right? So if I just hold Secret Garden, I do more damage, but it's much less fun than with the weapon. Melee weapon.
Descendant, primary tactical objective confirmed in Operation Zone. Please take it out.
It really sucks that the whole gameplay for my one character that can do this content revolves around to do that, and keep doing this so I can stay alive. Because that's the only thing keeping me alive. So do that, get energy to do that, and do this so I can stay alive. Boom, repeat. If I fuck it up, I die. That's it. Real simple. Oh, got knocked down, I might die. But, even though I'm bitching about it, that at least has more gameplay than what we've been seeing, right? I'm at least doing something. So there's that. Cheeky me trying to actually use the melee weapon. That'll get me killed. Remembered, right? Don't actually use it. I'm gonna die because Poison doesn't care about my crazy high shields and I can't get off this wall. Damn it. I'm not healing health. But if you take overwhelming shield, can you die to poison? Or is your health effectively immune? Because that would be a weird balance problem, too. There you go. How are you supposed to dodge that shit? You either get hit or you don't. He just sucks. The melee doesn't seem to be able to break her shield so that I can actually hurt her again. That seems like they overlooked something too. Too many damn enemies, and I'm always getting knocked down. That's a problem in Division also. Like, the game isn't fun if you're always on your back and you can't do anything, and then you die because of it. And Division's real big on that. Honestly, I should get back into Remnant 2. I've never beaten all of that, and that did have some stuff in it that's really hard. Maybe I'll start doing that again this week. That's a game I want to play some co-op and hardcore mode. Like, you don't want to do hardcore if you're not doing co-op, because if you die, you lose your character. But in co-op, unless you died falling off the map, you can be revived, which is nice. Of course, having said that, I will probably fall off the map at this point. And then be very upset. Oh, my sword doesn't have charge. Weird. Thought it would have had charge building in the background or something.
Alright, let's blast it to pieces.
Weird you can finish that without killing everything too. Doesn't feel correct. Did that one count? Let's do that again. Done with my daily.
Descendant, primary tactical objective.
I also want to play
confirmed in
Rogue Trader at
Operation
some
Zone.
point.
Please take it
Talk
out.
about a different genre, right? Now I haven't gone back to games like Dark Tide and Space Marine. They might be what I'm looking for as far as difficulty goes, right? Without it being too easy. They do tend to have a similar problem where like only certain weapons are viable at any given patch. It might not be as bad.
Vulgus special assault ship spotted.
Stop in the middle. Best use of the sword is to not use it as a sword. That seems a little weird too, right? There you go. Best use is throw it down like that so it covers everything in. And we're gonna die. Grab some health. I don't see any health. I also find in a lot of games like this, I am looking at my cooldown bar more than the action in the game, which is a sign to me that your game is not well designed. Because if I'm playing a game, especially a game that you've put all this effort into the visuals, right? I should be watching it. I should be looking at what the enemies are doing and reacting to it. Instead, I'm literally just watching the buttons at the bottom light up and tell me which one I can press. And then pressing that. That's it. That's all I'm doing. It grabbed onto her. Totally dead. Yep. Frustrating. You're alive till you're not. And as I get older, games like this are entirely too fast. That's definitely true.
Descendant, requesting takedown of enemy assault ship.
people ever survive using melee as their primary. Look at this. Nothing keeping me from taking damage from behind. I just die. Your daily's done. Probably take a brief break and try and find a game that I won't whine and rant about for hours. Yeah. It's a pretty negative last hour or so. Yeah, I mean, that's really what the game boils down to. It's too easy, too hard. Like, top-end gameplay, at its core, is you're doing very little, and everything dies. You can play somebody like her, you put you down your big thunder circle, everything dies. Put down a blizzard, everything dies. Put down a poison pool, everything dies. Doesn't really matter, right? Do that next time we're on, I think. Things that are did not break up because of what it was. Like sub attacks not being any use at all. It's like it's an abandoned aspect of the game, and that seems weird to me. Like if they're that useless, replace them with something else, right? It seems weird. Module system. That's something that, you know, they clearly took from Warframe, but that's fine. Don't mind borrowing from other games if it's good, you know. We got 10 points not even spent in here. It's weird, but points I haven't. Of a lot of negativity there. We got our dailies done, right? In the battle supply shop, I'd like to get this Harris outfit. That's kind of what's keeping me playing because he happens to be who I'm playing the most. I like this Doc Ock looking at outfit. Find the armor, although again, weird choice for the game, but women don't even get pants with their plate armor. Whatever. Yeah, I'd like to get this done. I just don't know. I just don't know. That's really what it comes down to, huh? Just one more infiltration for the day gets me the daily bonuses, and then I really need to focus on the rest of this. How much time do we have on it? 23 days left, so probably manage that. Let me do one more. Yeah. Need to get to 5. We only have. Do one more infiltration. Get some supply coins out of it. Just do it with her. Kind of no-brain it. People out. That's something that's nice in all of these games, right? Like Division has that too, the shepherd system where you can just say, hey, I want to go hit people. Yeah, and I know I'm sure it's a big bonus for a lot of people. And again, I like looking at boobs too, but I don't need them in every aspect of the game, jiggling as much as they do. I definitely I turned down the dynamic motion.
Commence mission to
It was a
recapture
bit
the
much
sepulcher.
for me. content like this, I can use I can get away with using the sword. There's no reason to hit anything. You just run. Necessary throw there. I'm gonna kill what's there and then they appear here. I can't remember. Playing with people that are using guns, taking their time. What is this? What is this madness?
Ready?
Turn on. I have explosions turned off, but my God, I still can't see if there's a Freyna in the group. Right? Ridiculous. Everything blows up everywhere. That's all there is to it. Everything blows up everywhere. Kill them a little faster. My bad. But I used to have an OP people with me. I guess there's a good thing that even though the game is it's a bit fast and twitchy for my reflexes as I get older, at the same time there's tons of characters I can play where you don't even have to aim or look at what you're killing. So yay. Remember a year or two ago where we had to actually aim at those balls around the dude? No, now they all just die.
Mission complete. Well done.
They're ridiculous. Really challenges. Maybe I'll dive back into Skull and Bones in a bit. Remnant 2, Skull and Bones, those are both games that, well, Remnant isn't really underrated, but it is underdiscovered. Like, I think not enough people know it exists. My, list of what I actually have. I don't think I have Remnant installed. Oh, I do have Remnant installed. I don't think I have Skull and Bones installed. I had started Starfield again, which I think I'm going to back away from it again. They're just too big. Look how big these games are. Uninstall Battlefield. Might uninstall Starfield again. I think if I'm going to play a space exploration game again, I'll get back into No Man's Sky. Even though the combat sucks in No Man's Sky. The combat's actually pretty good in Starfield. I enjoy it. But I'd like to play more Dark Tide, Space Marine 2. I need to get back into those. Oh yeah, Jump Space. I haven't even really fired that up yet because I didn't want to play solo. It's a very good game. Whole different genre. Figure out what I'm going to fire up again. Do up a download for Skull and Bones, but that one will take a while before it's ready. We have 1,104 games. Oh, that's all games. Yeah, owned is still a lot. I've got 420 some games owned that I can download right now. I don't think that includes the Xbox Game Pass games. That's just games that I actually own. Let me find Skull and Bones. Now, I'll tell you, talk about underrated stuff like Ghost Recon, Wildlands, and Breakpoint. The PvP in that game was amazing, and the PvE was just kind of eh. And then The Division is the exact opposite, and I really wish that at some point, they're made by the same company, not the same dev team, but the same company. So I wish at some point they would have found a way to merge those so that they work. Oh, I do still have it installed. Look at that. All right, I'll take a look at it here. Not going to change the game played yet, unless I decide I'm going to play this for a little bit today. Because, as a Ubisoft partner, when I change it, I got to make all the hashtags that I'm sponsored and all that. And if I'm only popping on for a little bit, I really want to go through that. But yeah, the PvP in Wildlands, man. I'll tell you, I'm dying for that style of PvP again, where like there is tactical movement, some sort of stealth, and you could trick people, maneuver, tactics. There's no jump button, right? That was a huge sell for me. I'd love to go back to it, and I guarantee there's still people playing. But my problem would be at this point, the people still playing are probably so ridiculously good that then I'd feel bad for a whole different reason. And I don't even remember at this point what they changed from Wildlands to Breakpoints in the PvP specifically, but I remember it definitely fell short. Wildlands was just probably my peak PvP shooter world, with the exception of Ghost Recon Online before it was called Phantoms. If you ignore one very important thing, was my favorite game. And that one very important thing that you have to ignore is important because you could buy grenades for real money. So you literally were like paying a quarter and throwing it at the enemy. Oh my god, is there such a thing as too many damn screens to click through to get into a game? Holy shit. Oh yeah, I forgot they added PvP mode to this game too. Oh, it is dead? Well, that definitely. I'll tell you another Ubisoft game that I absolutely love, but I'm not going to go back and play, is For Honor. And the only reason I'm not going back and playing For Honor now is because the amount of relearning I'd have to do is just monumental. Because to be good at a game like that, because at its core it's a fighting game, to be good at a game like that, you need to know what every character can do so that you know how to fight against it. And there are so many characters now. There's like 60-something different classes to play with. So there's something free in here, so I'm going to look at that. Yeah, it's a hard game. And I think that they really, really faltered on that game because as much as I love PvP and the game was definitely a good PvP game, that's the type of game that they should have made PvE mode for that game. Because I think that would have been amazing. And you could even do a PvEVP mode like an extraction shooter with the For Honor engine, and it would be pretty amazing. But I think they missed the boat on that. I thought it said something was free. Oh, here we go. Free. Might as well grab some free shit, right? I'll probably do 1 or 2 fights in here and then just move on. My problem with like I want to get back into Dark Tide, I want to get back into Space Marine 2, all of those. But the thing keeping me from all of them is just the commitment of time, right? Because all of those games are games that if you're going to play them, the Lizard was kind of cool. If you're gonna play them, you really need to play them, right? Not gonna play the PvP mode right now. You want to go back into the other mode and relearn how to do these. Gotcha. Yeah. For Honor is at its core, it's a fighting game with a positional blocking system. It's really strong though, and very, very like it's up there like best of its type of game, and it's still going strong. They're still releasing new shit. Ships are automatically upgraded to level 7, so the level of your ship doesn't matter. That's good because if otherwise only the people that play the most would be able to enjoy the mode, right? I was wondering how they were going to do that. So you choose a ship. You're not bringing your ship from the PvE mode. That kind of makes sense. Here, we'll try this later. Kind of cool. What type of stuff do we get? Oh, it's got its own reward track. That's cool. For this mode, I think. Alright. Cool. Back into the regular mode. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing in the game or how much has changed. And again, they've made mistakes like some of the things like fighting the big sea monsters is very much a miss for me. The first couple were decent and it showed great potential going forward, but then they got to the point where it's just, you know. Yeah, my reaction time's getting much slower as I get older. I'm actually pretty old right now. And I'm not going to get any younger. How to play. Hard to remember. Oh, yeah. Always funny coming back to any Ubisoft game. It's going to show me all the millions of things that I missed out on and give me extras. Just started. Cosmetic stuff. Okay, why is it teaching me how to do ship crafting? Oh, that's funny. I am at a sea monster right now. See if I can even remember how to fight this. This is the worst. This is a good way to give you the worst impression of the game ever, because I do think this is like some of the worst content in the game. But there you go. It's a giant shark. This one is. I don't remember how to block. Is this block? No. This is. Okay. Yeah. Where is he at? Where is he at? And you can play this from first or third person. They're both fun. Again, people just, they wanted a different type of game. They wanted Sea of Thieves, is really what it came down to. They wanted Black Sail from Assassin's Creed, and they wanted Sea of Thieves. And the game was never going to be either of those, because that's not what they were aiming to do. Speaking of which, I love Sea of Thieves. The sailing. I absolutely despise the on-foot combat. And every time I go back to that game, I have a blast until I run into a PvP encounter. I did not block in time. How do I heal? There we go. I always have a blast until I run into my first PvP encounter with some bunny hopping dude. And it looks stupid, it feels stupid, because I'm not a fan of bunny hopping in fights. That's my problem with Call of Duty. I think if Call of Duty didn't have a jump button, I'd be all over it. Because I have fun in the game almost every time I play, but I slowly get more and more irritated as people, they'll shoot me, then jump, right? They just, the reaction is to jump every time you shoot. What am I even shooting out there? Is that a heal or a landmine? I don't know how my ship's set up. I have torpedoes, which are not the best for taking out a shark. Okay, he is half dead, though. Did block that one. But this game's actually really good in party-based combat, too. It's got like an MMO party system. Like, I could be in a, broke my sails. I could be in a healing ship. You're at a tank ship. It's got that type of mechanic going on. I think it's kind of cool. This in here. Maybe that's mines. Got 2 minutes left to kill him. Must have been out here a while. They only hang around for X amount of time. We got other AI coming in to hurt me. I could have hit the button to call for other players, letting them know, hey, I'm doing this, would you like to come join? Because that's kind of cool, too. And this is a game, I don't know if you play on, like, console or PC. This game looks way better on PC. Like, it's night and day. And it's kind of sad, because there's no reason it should, because my PC is less powerful than my Xbox. And these games look better on my PC, because the Xbox developers don't try. That's really what it comes down to. Almost no reason why it couldn't do it. did good damage at the beginning, and now kind of struggling. Just out of time. We might run out of time on this one. See the timer on the screen either. You can't block the actual torn sail effect, which sucks. I block the damage. Got a good hit there. Good hit there. I think he's gone now. Cool. Anyway, we'll take a look. Let's go do the. See what's on the actual map. Anyway, there's tons to do, and there's a lot of interesting things in the game. But at its core, you either like it or you don't. What you do is you sail around, the weather matters, the waves matter. You find a ship, I don't even know, I'm not supposed to talk about that. You find a ship, you can hit their weak points. Sink them. Yeah. But you fight them in decent quantities, you fight them with friends, you know. And I guess it has some of the features I was asking for in the other game, where I'd like to fight less items, less bad guys, but have them be more challenging. This has that. These aren't challenging. I'm in an area where they're I'm vastly over leveled for what I'm fighting. Okay, but I'm gonna fire up another game here in a second. I'm surprised I still had this installed. Another fun game, if you could pick it up on sale, it's definitely worth going through the, getting to the end game portion is enjoyable. You know, I don't think I fired this up since I got my new monitor. Let's see if, thing in 4K? Performance mode. I'll have to see if, quality mode is 60 FPS though. It might not be. Probably why I had it in performance mode. The other games. Yeah, just very surprised I had that installed. I do like it. Jump Space is really, really fun. It's a 4-player co-op survival extraction-ish thing. I don't know what genre it even fits into, right? There's so many good games in the world, aren't there? There just really are. There's so many games on my list that aren't even around anymore and had either had potential that didn't get seen or the game itself didn't get seen. Like Star Wars Squadrons was amazing and not enough people stuck with it, so it's dead. Outlaws was actually way better than it got credit for. Space Lords was fun but was monetized like shit and it killed it. Scavengers was one of the better extraction shooters ever and never actually launched. Yeah, so many good games. Painted Grail, I wish I didn't own. I tried to get a refund on it, but they denied me. It's actually a really fun Skyrim clone, but on console it's just too clunky and it doesn't run at a good frame rate. Transformers, I wish like War for Cybertron would re-release. I'd play that. War Robots Frontiers, extremely fun. Mecha Break, extremely fun. Both of them are horribly monetized, in my opinion. Rogue Trader, I do need to play. I play a little bit. Let me change. I'm gonna play a couple matches of Space Marine too. And if I'm even still feeling the game, let me change my stream game. Yeah, I'm a fan of 40K, and that's why Dark Tide, Space Marine 2 holds a lot in my heart because they're competent games. that really capture the feel of the IP. Space Marine 2 launched with some issues too, though, both performance and bug and design choices. But they're also working hard to try and flop those. Yeah. They're definitely coming up on that time. It's already 3 p.m. Today went flying by. Little button to Y. This game, I stopped playing in part because the people I played with all the time stopped playing, and I stopped playing in part because the randoms I would play with were just... No, that's hard to deal with people sometimes for me. But this game has a good mix of the timing that Dark Souls has going for it without it being too fast. But like there's things happening you can react to. And like I said, I'm getting older. I don't have very good reaction times, but or reaction speed. But I was able to do it. But then you get things like this. The load times. I do remember that. The load times in this game are not good. This is on a Series X with the upgraded SSD. Maybe on a really high-end PC you could get some good load times, but this is a bit much. Now, actual mission load times won't be that long, but they're still longer than I would like. Figure out which class I want to play. Currently set up as the Vanguard, I believe. Yeah, I haven't played a siege mode at all. I think that's like a horde mode. They've added that, and then these are stratagems are harder missions that have like positives and negatives that you have to deal with. There you go. 100% damage is shared among all players, so if you get one bad player, he can kill your whole team. Good stuff like that. Yeah, careful with that. But this game is worth picking up even if you're only going to play through the campaign, because it's got one of the better like single-player campaigns I've ever played. I say single-player campaign. It might have had co-op in the campaign, but I don't think it. And the PvP is really fun, but I'd be surprised if there's too many people still playing it, because it wasn't the main draw of the game, so to speak. I want to do every mission at least once before I do quick match, and there are 2 new missions that have been added since I last played. I haven't done. Let me make sure my loadout's correct. I gotta remember what buttons do. Like, how do I get their armoring halt? There we go. You're relearning games. When you play as many, like dozens of games as I do at a time, it can get kind of rough. So there's 6 classes. Currently a Vanguard. I think I was playing the Vanguard in part because it was the class that, like, I didn't see other people playing very often, so you can only have one of each class in a party. So some of these, it was really hard to, like, you join a party, it would put you in a party that already has the class that you want to play, and then you get people yelling at each other, no, you change. No, you change. Whereas it probably just shouldn't match you in, right? Heavy, I never got to play. This is a part 2 of the old one. It's an actual continuation. It picks up exactly where Space Marine left off, and does very like it's a good story. Like if you like Warhammer, that's very well done. God, I made this guy so fucking obnoxious. I'm like, he's my stealthy sniper. Jesus. Try the Vanguard. He's not. Tactical's just your standard. Marine. You know what? Let's try heavy. I don't want to use the. I want to use the heavy bolter because that's your. And I don't have an upgraded heavy bolter. I haven't really used it. Oh, and they've added new guns since I last played. Okay, so we have heavy bolt rifle, heavy bolter, heavy plasma incinerator, multi-nulta, and pyre cannon. Never used the pyre cannon. Yeah, and instead of playing against orcs, you're now fighting against chaos marines and demons. And heretics. And then hopefully we get an expansion where we're fighting Keen Stealers or Orcs, Eldar. I mean, there's so many directions I can go because, you know, Warhammer's just, it's broad. Do I want to try an all-new weapon? I don't think I do for my first time back. We'll just try the heavy. They've added so many weapons since I last played, and a whole bunch of missions. Try it. Inferno Pistol's new to me. Apparently I came back and played a little bit because I've got some levels on it. But I think I want heavy bolt. We have one we could upgrade, but again, I am not going to I'm not going to spend resources when I don't know what I'm doing. Right? It's been too long. No. It has no perks unlocked or anything, so I'm going to be pretty weak. Hopefully my teammates don't hate me for it. I have points and everything here. Hopefully. That's for cosmetic. Yeah, this game's soft around the edges too. I don't like that. That is... Developers are taking shortcuts, and it's pissing me off. Like, as we get more and more powerful things, they're going with... Like, this is clearly upscale. It's low res, and then they upscale it. And that really does kind of bother me. Like, it's blurry as hell on my screen. No excuse for that. Alright, so... There's a season pass. Dude, select a mission from the battle map. I'm walking away and there's no need to. I'll try and play with randoms. We'll see. I mean, the game is definitely... The AI, when I last played, they were competent, but they weren't good. I've got private mode off, bots are on. Yeah, that's... On average... Yeah, that's probably fine. My primary gun might be a little underleveled for average. We'll see. Because I think that's the second difficulty. I think they kind of expect you to have some gear. But what I was complaining about earlier with the whole, you need granular difficulty systems that step up, not just goes from too easy to too hard. This game does that. Darktide also did that pretty well. That's another game that's only gotten better and better as the years go by. So if you like Warhammer and you like shooters at all, you owe it to yourself to try both Space Marines and Darktide. Darktide's probably the better game. It's definitely got more content, more years, huge player base still, and full cross-platform, which helps. But it is first person, and something about... I prefer first person gameplay most of the time. But there is something about, you know, seeing a Space Marine in third person that's kind of good. I have. Talk about clunky though, right? Like, that game's unnecessarily difficult to get into. Like, I probably won't ever go back to it because the amount of stuff I'd have to relearn is huge. But yes, I played it quite a bit when it came out on Xbox. I don't remember how to do or what I'm doing, but we're going to try. Alright, there's no jump button. We've got a dash. We've got a sprint. That's my special ability. Okay. There's grenades. That bumper is an attack. Right bumper is a stash. I feel like Fleck Bumper's doing something else. Switch weapons down on the D-pad. That's a little weird. Okay. They're doing that wrong, aren't I? I've never seen these guys. I don't know their patterns. I don't know how to fight them. I've already lost all my armor. Yeah, this is gonna be bad. I've lost most of my health and all my armor. I am not doing well. We probably should have started with a mission I already knew how to do. Oh yeah, we can execute those guys. Damn it. That's how I get my armor back. I'm definitely doing it wrong. Damn it. Yeah, and that weird woo-woo sound was a guy calling for help, but you gotta interrupt him. He's gonna give me back my shields, which is nice. Still don't have a health. Yeah, we gotta not be doing that. Let me look real quick. Left bumper. I don't know what left bumper is doing. Overlay. Left bumper is parry. Okay. That's parry or shield bump. Oh my god. I hit B once to get out of the menu, and I accidentally double tapped through one of my grenades. Good times. Get there. But yeah, that was one of the most obtuse, non-noob friendly games I've ever played. That's saying a lot, because I play a lot of games, and a lot of them have been foreign betas and stuff like that. That's true, too. A lot of these guys that are a threat in the game wouldn't be a threat. And some of the things that would be a bigger threat aren't a threat. Some of that's just for gameplay reasons, you know? I did successfully interrupt him, but man, I certainly couldn't punch. Yeah, I'm giving a very bad impression of the game here. This mission is way harder than the other missions. So I either need to put this on a lower difficulty. Here you go, though. This is the shit that matters. I either need to put it on a lower difficulty or just do a different mission first. Darktide's like that too. Some of the things that you fight in Darktide, like there's no way that a human soldier would be able to fight it, lore-wise.
Strategic value high.
So there is a little bit of suspension of disbelief for lore reasons.
We find some alive.
But I mean, this game is worth playing if nothing else, just for the executions, because it's so visceral. I think I'm gonna turn the graphics to quality and see if I can deal with the lower frame rate. But personally, I am very susceptible to like frame rate. Oh, it's not an option while you're in it. No, there. Quality. See that? Yeah, that looks way better, but already just turning the camera, that's gonna make me throw up. But that looks way better. I just don't understand why they can't make a game play at a decent resolution. Like, if you can't make it work without upscaling it, maybe you're trying to put too much in your game. Where am I running places? I need to be running places.
Additional supplies.
100% playing room. Need health. Looking for health. One thing I know, it took people many allow self-revival. There's multiple directions I could go to, which is driving me nuts not knowing the mission. And then it's probably harder to play heavy solo because things get close to you, you die, and having just the bots to rely on for that might not be the best, but we'll see. Let's do this. One does shred. It's outside of the effective range. And then you can always switch to your heavy bolter pistol. Gotta hit the dodge button, but I didn't. I saw the indicator there was something coming from behind. I gotta relearn all of the cues and mechanics. Oh, I needed that armor. Almost every game Y switches your things. Oh yeah, see, I hated Gears 5, and I'm not a fan of the PvP because of the whole right-hand peek advantage and third person, and there's a lot I don't like about Gears of War in that sense. But Horde mode was a blast. It was very good. Wrong button back up too. See, now here's where not having teammates that can focus on that guy sucks. I think I interrupted him properly. They're in trouble now. Sure. I can hit execute, and that gives me an iframe and shields back. Oh, and if I can get in close enough to execute that guy, see, that'll give me armor back. The game's about chaining that so you can feel super powerful, right? You're invulnerable, you're executing them, while other people take out the other guys, in theory, stuff like that. Oh, there's an actual wizard, or psyker, rather. Not a wizard. Not a wizard, Harry. A psyker. I'm not reading these cues correctly. Out of ammunition, that's no good, huh? Why my team's not helping? I guess they're fighting something. But yeah, Gears 5 Horde mode is incredible. They added a Horde mode to this, which I haven't tried yet. It's called Siege mode. I'm pretty excited about that and potential. Or the potential of it, anyway. My favorite Horde mode game ever was Titanfall 2's Horde mode. Which I might go back and play at some point if I ever just get a group of people together that want to play it. It's really good. Oh god, that stem did not give me much help.
Caution, brothers. The
I need
relay
ammo.
sees
My
war
primary.
energy.
Definite learning curve going back into a game and not going through the tutorial again. It'll be a little rough. For the same reason I didn't play the Vanguard, I shouldn't have played Heavy, because Heavy's all about, like, you gotta know the timing and spacing. Because you can't just... You don't have a melee alternative, really. Most of the other classes can deal with people in their face just fine. Yeah, it's man, it's so good.
Enhanced tactic ready. Administering aid. Obtaining.
And there was a lot to unlock and temporarily increase melee damage and knockback immunity. See, I've never seen that before. So that's new. That replaces the grenade with a melee enhancer.
Appear to be reining in your advance.
Try that. Yeah, there's just something cool about it, because
Then I will trust you will tell me.
now keep in mind you're in your Titan, like pretty much the whole time. I think like it's meant to be played in the Titan, that mode. You actually like level up your Titan's abilities and stuff between matches. Pretty cool. Oh, I thought he was executable. He's just turning red for a whole different reason. Getting these together. It can get frustrating when you're playing with people and you need an execution to stay alive and they're at full health and they grab it. But, I mean, that's just what it is, right? Like, right here, where's my team? Where are they? I'm literally going to die because they're behind me fighting up the top. I'll have to play a different class. Guys, it never found anybody to join me either, because I thought there was the quick play mode would do that, you know? Getting busy, isn't it? Hitting the wrong button. Pushing the stick in even do. I'm hitting it to try and melee. Oh, it's from Call of Duty melee. That's how you execute from this. I'm hitting the wrong damn button. It is. It's a definite problem too. Have to go down here. Got some focus shots off. Those are nice looking. Forgot about that. Massive enemy wave approaching. Need to get back into co-op games because they're just relaxing and fun. Like Darktide is a game you can just play forever. It's got so much to do. I'm even over there fighting that guy. Oh shit! I got sniped. Las cannon. Not come out of that very well.
Enhanced tactic ready.
I think Jump Space, Darktide, this, Remnant, so many damn games. I want to play all of those. And all of those are co-op games. Technically, all of them can be played solo.
Self-triage.
Jump Space is the one I've spent the least time on because when I bought it, it wasn't... When I bought it, it actually wasn't playable. Because it launched on Xbox in early access, and there was a bug. And the bug was a big bug, and the developers made a video apologizing profusely, and they ended up fixing the bug, and I haven't gone back to it since.
Ammunition restocked.
I think I'll fire that up next.
Packing up equipment.
Actually, I think
Loading magazine.
I'm gonna fire that up, do one mission in it, and then I'm gonna go get lunch, because I'm hungry. I'll figure out what I'm gonna play, and other than doing my dailies in First Ascendant, I am in a window of trying to find a game that I'm going to stream daily. I want to get back into Arc Raiders as well. But I had a bit of we had a falling out. The guy that I played with for years, he randomly died while we were extracting. I'm pretty sure he thought I got him killed. And he like straight up rage quit. And I haven't talked to him since. After years of playing together. Go to this. Ammo's a definite problem with heavy. I guess that kind of makes sense. Only relearning the game though. What I might do over the next couple days is try and schedule like maybe blocks. I play this game for 2 hours, this game for 2 hours. And do my day like that for a few days. See how it goes. Ooh. Not my favorite class. I do like the Vanguard. The Vanguard's got a he's got a grapple hook that he hooks onto the enemy and pulls himself to him, kind of like a reverse Scorpion. Get over here from Mortal Kombat. Fucking tough is that guy? Holy crap. Lost half my health and all my armor trying to get him. Yes, it is a Terminator. So, it makes sense. I just didn't recognize that fact early enough. I shouldn't have been so close to him. Breaking the green boxes and getting stuff is something that they don't really teach you, and for the first month of the game, like most people I ran into didn't know that. Now, Dead by Daylight is a game I would love to like. I love asymmetrical games, but I'm actually, honestly, kind of pissed that that is the one that is successful. Because it's just a hide-and-seek simulator. Like, I prefer a game where both sides can actually do stuff to each other, and it's just an imbalance in how much you can do. Evolve would be my favorite in the genre. I really liked the... Army of Darkness one was amazing, but it had huge balance issues that they never fixed. So it's going to die as a result. And it really captured the feel of the game too, when you play as the villains. But when I play... when I played Dead by Daylight, I pretty much only played the healer, or the killer. I did not enjoy playing Survivor. That's another game where, like, it's always imbalanced, right? Very few games were close. felt like either I was walking all over a bunch of noobs, or I literally couldn't do anything. Yeah, Evolve was a game that didn't deserve to die, and it was the players that killed it, because it was people complaining that the monster was too good, right, when they first start playing. And of course, the reason they think the monster was too good, and this is something true of every asymmetrical game, so this applies to all of them. When you first start playing in a 1v4, 1v5, the one will always feel more powerful because they don't have to coordinate. They don't have to team up. I'm stupid. You know, I've said that several times and it wasn't actually true. Oh, he did. 2 players joined. I didn't even notice. I was like, that AI stealing my execution. That's weird. Nope, there you go. He's at full health. He took the execution when I was about to die. See what I mean? That's what I was talking about. Players are idiots.
You will never leave.
Like, if he let me do it, I'd have armor now. But anyway, Evolve is one of the better games I've ever played. But when it first launched, the monster was super strong because when you're playing the monster, your whole team does what you want, right? You are the whole team. So the whole team does whatever it is you want to do. Whereas if you're playing as the hunters, you have to work together. So individually, one hunter can't take out the monster because that would be stupid, right? That would be really bad gameplay. So what happened was people whined and complained that the monster was winning too much instead of learning to get better. So they ended up buffing the survivors or monsters and nerfing the monster. And it got to the point that as people learned how to play, you literally could never win as the monster. And when it got to that point, people just stopped playing and the game died. Okay, are these humans going to come get me? Maybe I should have just left it on private. Again, this is part of why I quit playing the game. Like, even the best game, if it's a multiplayer game and either the network code doesn't work or the players are idiots, then it's a bad game. You know, it doesn't matter. I'm getting sniped again. I heard this sound, but I don't. Snipers like that didn't exist when I played before. Oh, he called in the. But yeah, that's what killed it. And most asymmetrical games since then have fallen into the same type of problem. Dead by Daylight right now is in a position where one player can win the game. If you successfully use the other players as bait, one human can win the game. And it shouldn't be that way in a game that's asymmetrical. You should have to work together to win. That's kind of the point. Okay, I don't know where my team went. They went to the objective. I'm definitely falling behind here. Yeah, the AI was never even remotely good in that game, and that sucked. The AI monster wasn't all that good either, but again, because if you played by yourself as a survivor, you had an AI monster, which can coordinate with itself 100%, and 3 AI teammates that were idiots. So you almost always lost if you were playing human solo against the computer. Yeah, that part sucked, and that's part of what made people think that the monster was too powerful. Was, well, if I just fire up the game as a hunter, and I've got 3 AI teammates against an AI monster, I lose every time. Breach was another game that was following in the same lines that would have been really good, and I don't think it ever launched. That guy took all the healing, and he's at full health. Hate people. He took that healing too. See, when this shit happens, I literally just want to turn off the game. I need help. Those guys just took all of the healing and ran off. And as I get older, I have even less and less patience for this type of fucking behavior. Like, not everybody's going to be great at games, right? And that's fine. That's what they do. Like, I don't expect all my teammates to be geniuses and never miss shots or what have you, but I do expect people to understand how the game works. And to try and be nice. It's like when you play a game like Domination in Call of Duty and nobody gets on the damn point. Shit like that's just irritating to me, because how do you not even understand that?
Son of Magnus, terminated.
Sitting here trying to fight hard for this. There's a Call of Duty mode right now called In-Game that
Equipment available.
for how to mark that. Oh, I did mark it. Yeah, they won't grab that. That would give them extra armor, like an extra armor bar. He's not even gonna worry about it. Lovely. Anyway, when you kill enemies, they drop armor plates and they drop ammo, but it's not shared. And I was desperately needing armor plate. Like, the guy that was in my team, a random I was playing with, just would run around and grab them all every time. Very annoying. Yeah, unfortunately, this game doesn't really have that type of thing set up, right? And if they fail, we all fail. That doesn't really help. But yeah, it'd be nice if there was some way to make them pay. Alright, I've never done this mission, so I don't know what to expect here. I think the only reason I was able to get that one is because they're both at full health. Eliminate the corrupted astropath. Coming behind. I don't think that's what we're supposed to be dealing with, though. No, yeah. Try and get over here to Marshmallow King. Yeah, he's fighting stuff. You shoot those? Yeah, that's an astropath. How are we supposed to get close to him? Did it. Maybe we can roll through those waves? I don't know. Hated it. Maybe they didn't do it. We gotta get rid of this guy and then it'll work. Don't know what I was missing. We got it, but I still don't know how to prevent falling down there. Definitely a learning curve on that aspect. But I'm also half paying attention since I'm reading a lot of text. See that guy? I'm gonna die. My teammates don't give a fuck. They just turn around. I was gonna say, I don't think one of them has turned around a single time to check on the status of me. I clearly don't know what I'm doing as far as, like, I'm the weakest on the team. And they,
Reduce the number of psycho combatants.
But we found teammates, so there's still people playing the game. That's good. Yeah, you can roll through it. I saw the guy do it. So it's about timing it. That's fine.
Astropath interference halted. Engage the last astropath.
I may have stolen that one.
Heresy quotient reduced.
Yeah, Heavy's definitely not my favorite. I do like Bulwark. The one with the shield, that one's pretty fun. That was a long time. I didn't realize we were getting sucked in right then. Dang it. Close.
If the psychers have brought forth some arcane power, we must.
Yeah, as far as co-op goes, this game has tons of potential. There's a lot of games that have potential and they're just not fun for the players. If he had let me get that execution, I would have lived there. not even gonna get mad at him that time because I died because I'm an idiot. So I don't know what I'm doing because I went into a hard mission after not playing the game for a year. Play on me.
I have observed your silence, Valius. How is your morale?
Seem to know that you can break these things.
I would share my reflections, but I have observed you seem uncomfortable in the wild.
That is considerate.
Good for me, because if I find one and I break it, I might actually be able to get some healing. Wait on me. I don't want to be that guy. Already am, clearly, but also super hungry.
Ready for next encounter. Relieving wounds. Refilling magazines.
This is where I could change my loadout. Maybe we will, I don't know.
The path to the enemy has shifted. Now we are above the down thing.
I guess this is kind of bad because some of these might be spoilers if you ever plan on playing the game. Because these missions take place directly, some are at the same time as the campaign and some are right after. So yeah, there could be some spoilers there. I am switching, I'm gonna do one run of jump space after this before I heat here. This is a cool fight. I haven't seen it, like these guys didn't exist in the campaign. This is kind of neat. He took us to his own world. Not trying that right. So shit, how do I dodge this shit? Looking pretty bad here. Oh, get through that. Get to the exit. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna cost us. I'm gonna cost us. I am that guy. God damn it. I'm sorry. They can't hear me. I'm sorry.
Corruption levels are not sustainable.
Maybe I won't do jump space first. I don't know. I'm really hungry, and I think all I'm focused on is food. And I did not see that the objective was get there or die.
Iron Halo ready.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've never really gotten into the Persona games. That whole style of game, the like Japanese turn-based thing, I have. As I get older, I have less patience for how tedious and much time they take. That's really what it comes down to. All right. Just put damage downrange and not worry about the rest. I'm gonna fire this till it almost overheats and then just. Presumably, it's cooling down while we're doing this, right? And then reload that and go back. Yeah, that works.
Version operation. Our war gear lacks efficacy against that warp shielding.
1,000 Suns reinforcements inbound.
Eliminate hostiles before they interact with the field.
But I can tell you this: when you get good at this game,
Execute the spawn.
pulling this shit off successfully feels amazing. Like when you play one of the lighter guys and you're parrying, grabbing them, ripping them apart, then dodging. It feels very much like the Batman Arkham games in that sense. The best parts of those. Alright, I am bullied here. All out of ammo. I think the crate's still there. I can get it. Oh, yeah, gotta find that right. They got it. I did not contribute very well on this, and I apologize to my teammates that can't hear me. Oh, they all skipped it, yeah. That's fine. I'll watch it again at some point. Anyway, this just reminds me that I do want to get back into this game and play it. I did not do very much. Let's see what we get. And then try one game of Jump Space. I'll just do it solo so I don't have to worry about teammates, even though they made sure that Jump Space is playable solo. It is definitely meant to be co-op. But if you play with less than I think it's 4 players, it might be 5. If you play with less than the max amount, you get a robot with you. So like if you play as 1, there's 2 of you because one of them's AI. And if you play with 3, there's 4 because one's AI. But as soon as you get to the cap, the robot just goes dormant. Like, look how long that took just to leave. That just seems... That seems... I got an A on that, despite playing like shit. We got the most kills, but that's because we were there for the longest part of the fight, right? I went down 3 times, which is not good. Alright, we got XP, which is nice, and they added a prestige system since the last time I played. So, like, there was a lot to unlock when I last played, and now there's even more to unlock. So it's good in that sense. And on top of that, it's not like I was just complaining about the Division, where it's not fun to do the things you gotta do. How do I leave? Oh, they both left. Where in First to Senate, there's so much to do, but I don't find it fun to do the stuff you need to do daily. This one, I do find the actual gameplay fun. Oh yeah, Rivals is another game that I stopped playing that I should probably still be playing. There's too many good games. There really are. Arc Raiders is definitely one of the better games out right now, if you like that style of game. Where is Jump Space? Why am I not seeing it? It's played 3 months ago with Mikagami, so it's been 3 months since he talked with me. Yeah, and all of that, like, leveling up your character to use another catalyst, leveling up weapons. It's either too long in a grind, or it happens almost instantly without you even having to try. And which puts you right back in the too easy, too hard. So, a little weird. Okay, so this game still isn't out. Probably be several months before it's actually considered released. We'll see what we can do here. Play the prologue because I don't remember how to play. The prologue was basically just a tutorial. We'll do the tutorial of this, and then I am going to go get some food. Not 100% sure if I'll be back this afternoon or not today. My normal plan is to stream Monday through Fridays, basically work days, 8 to 4, 8 to 5, something like that, with a lunch break. Doesn't always happen. Sometimes I stream on the weekend as well. And this week I've got I go to the dentist on Wednesday, so there won't be much streaming on that afternoon. I know the last several times when I took the lunch break, I just really didn't feel like coming back. I know that's not how you should be, but
after the machine incursion,
it has been. Yeah, this one's pretty fun. Like 3 or 4 games in this exact genre came out almost the same time. And I feel bad for Void Space. It's Void something. It came out. It's a good game and it's pretty competent. This game came out right when it was releasing, and it's way better done. This feels a little weird right now though. Get used to this, and it's a little fish-eyed.
Of the NSS Valkyrie. The crew has perished. Extraction.
And Wild Space, I think, is the other one, but Wild Space is way more PvP focused. This game has no PvP. Wild Space is a good game, but you have to like PvP. Wild Space is closer to Sea of Thieves in space, if I had to describe it short, right? It's Sea of Thieves in space, and it's pretty fun.
If you are sentient, approach and present yourself for scanning.
starting to hurt too. I might have to take a break for that too.
Undoubtedly a survivor.
I have pretty severe arthritis, but usually the gamepad doesn't quite.
Stranded here on this forsaken
It takes a lot for it to start hurting, whereas like a mouse keyboard.
However, if we work together, maybe there is a way for us to escape. I have a proposition for you, Atiran. Meet me in the core room at your earliest convenience.
To get the AI installed. It said to hit X. I did not. Controls feel a little wonky right now. And see, I like both. They have their place, right? I don't mind playing PvE only stuff. I don't mind it mixed.
Very perceptive.
There
should be a
I don't
path
mind
to
all
the core room
PvP.
through that vent.
When it's mixed, I like a good mixture of it, though. I do like open world PvP, which is where games like I do like Arc Raiders. I think Arc Raiders tends to have a pretty nice mix of
Welcome to my chambers, Atiran.
avoidable and unavoidable
Step forward so
PvP.
we may talk.
And of course, now that they've admitted they have that aggression-based matchmaking, it's even weirder because if you never shoot at players,
Trusting my kind.
you eventually get put into lobbies only with other people that never shoot at players, and it's a whole different game.
To help each other, Atiran. I need you to bring me to a more space-worthy vessel, and you need me.
I didn't remember
to
this having
calculate the
quite so
coordinates
much
of a safe jump out of here.
before the actual.
Only together can we leave this place. Can we work together, Atiran? Unsocket me if you accept.
Currency looks like. Gotta
Wise
carry
choice.
her.
Over the countless cycles of my exile here, I've registered multiple ship-to-ground impacts in the vicinity. If fortune is with us, one of
Basic game loop of this one is you and your crew get on a ship, you go explore the world in a roguelike fashion, right? And you try and get out with your ship to upgrade.
Scanning. This vessel is unfortunately beyond our ability to repair. We must continue our search. Detecting hostile jump signatures. You should keep a low profile.
Tell if I'm crouching or not. This is not much of a difference. I don't see any indicator on the screen that I'm
This
crouching.
machine virus? I haven't seen anything like it for a
That would
very
definitely be
long
some
time.
feedback I would
assume
give.
the humans of this age were ill-equipped to deal with something so advanced. My condolences for the countless losses you must have endured.
The prologue is spending this much time on the ground when like, the whole of the game is the ship. So it says hold crouch, but I have it as toggle. It did not upgrade.
Scanning. Good news. This ship seems to have managed a somewhat controlled landing. I detect the signature of a... I don't sense any life forms on board. We have the ship to ourselves. Bring me to the core room so I can run diagnostics. This is the place. I am damaged and in need of repair. Please, there's a repair kit nearby. Pick it up and insert into the console.
Green.
Core system stable. Life support system engaged. Jump drive operational. Sensors active.
Sensitivity's probably up
Engine
a little
failure
high.
detected. It seems the sublight engines need...
I don't know why it's so hard for some games to. I think this one is paid.
Materia.
It's so hard for some games to get gamepad
Able to find
controls
materia nearby. The ship's sensors
correct.
are active. Use the sensor terminal to scan for the materia we need. There is a large materia cache here. However, I'm detecting active defense systems in the area. You will need to arm yourself in order to perform safe retrieval. There is an assembler in the cargo bay. Please use it to construct a multi-tool.
I think this might be 20.
First.
It's not an expensive game. Oh, and for any of the Warhammer games, if you intend to get either Dark Tide or Space Marine or both, wait until they do I think it's twice a year. There's a giant Warhammer event. Some of the games drop like 90%. Those two probably won't, but they will probably be 50 or 60% off, which is a pretty big deal. E2.
Skillfully done. That tool will be your safeguard. Now focus on
This is
retrieving
a
the
welder and a gun. So the gamepad controls definitely leave a little to be desired here, but doable. It's not as smooth or snappy.
Don't worry about stepping over the edge into zero gravity. Your suit is equipped with thrusters.
Yeah, just seamlessly.
Having been bound to this rock for so long, I do find your mobility enviable. Trust me on this. You should never take such gifts for granted.
These have come a long way because that sun actually is blinding to me. Yeah, the sensitivity's definitely doing something weird here.
Tread carefully. Active defense systems register on my scans.
Very well have to tweak this a bit. It's like it doesn't move, it doesn't move, it doesn't move, and then it moves too much. Moving. Wonder if that is what's causing it. Foot sensitivity, pilot. Foot that I'm talking about. Yeah, none of these let me change either the dead zone or how it ramps up, which I think is what the problem is. So let me turn off look smoothing. But it's possible that only affects mouse. Still doing it a little when I move fast. Sucks. Key is, can I hit things easily? See, that took me a good 1 second longer than it should have.
This should contain
at its core,
now return it to the ship so we can begin the engine.
but at its core, this game's really about just
teleportation
teamwork
system.
and exploration.
Recall yourself to the ship when ready.
Haven't played a whole lot of it, so I don't know that I can suggest it 100% yet. There's the other two I've played enough. They get my thumbs up for sure. That's cool. It actually goes in a
now use it to construct a new engine
crusher.
assembler.
An engine.
The component needs to be installed in the engine room. Please go there and find the install point. The engine is compromised. It requires materia infusion to be repaired. You've done admirably. Just one last task. Direct power to the drives, and then we shall set course.
This Petrusy thing. You just gotta make sure. I think it's touching. I don't know. Plugs to power. Oh, yeah. I gotta put it on.
Engines are operational. I am granting you access to the ship's controls now. The pilot seat is yours when ready, Captain. The corrupted machines have deployed a jump space disruption beacon nearby. Its pulses prevent me from plotting a jump. It must be destroyed. Tread swiftly, Atira. Its destruction could alert forces nearby.
My roll?
This is close enough. You can board the structure from here. You can use one of the ejection tubes to exit the ship quickly.
Whoop. I'm not good at this. Here's where aiming matters. We're gonna see if I can do it, because again, the gamepad controls feel a little off. This might be a easier game on PC, you know. Ooh. I don't know. Sure how I'm feeling there yet. It's close, but it's not quite there. Controls for me for
Now,
gamepad.
without delay, set our bearings on the navigator panel and let us finally leave this place.
Where I'm pretty sure that other game I played, Wild Space or whatever, like the gamepad controls were really good. I wasn't sure I wanted to play another PvP game at the moment. The quick way in.
Destination secured.
See, stuff like
Processing
this would be way
trajectory.
quicker with a
Turn to
mouse
the
in
pilot
combat.
seat and initiate the jump.
Yeah, I just fired up Starfield again about a week ago, and I played it for 4 or 5 days. Started over since it's been so long, and I had a lot of fun. But I realized, I think if I'm gonna play a game like that, I think I'm gonna fire up No Man's Sky again and relearn that, because there's just so much more to do in it. And most of the systems in the game feel better. With the exception, of course, being I think combat is better in Starfield, and I think I think ship combat and ground combat are better in Starfield.
It's an ambush. You have to neutralize the hostile ships before you
Got a
can jump.
combat here. Decent gun. See, I can't really hit the trigger and roll at the same time, so I'm not sure how I feel.
That's all of them. Good job. Leak detected. You need to repair it before we can leave. It should be on the exterior hull.
This is where having more than one person is pretty good. Anyways. Supposed to hit every time. Next. God, I'm hitting too early. Yeah.
Perfect. The thruster fuel line has been repaired. We can now perform a jump.
Yeah, I finished
Ship
that
components
primary
to take
mission
damage
and
like
did
this
some of the
during
others.
combat.
But
If you leave them in a
I've
critical
done a
state
lot in the
for too
game,
long,
and it's
they'll break
interesting. I don't know. I hit a point where I thought, I think it's when I started building an outpost, and I realized that like the outposts in No Man's Sky are way more involved. And on top of that, other people can come visit them, and then that's when my brain just started going, I was going to do this many hours of interaction and working. I think I'd rather do it in a world where I can play by myself, but other people can be there too. So I plan on playing like No Man's Sky, just mostly solo. But you still interact with other people. A jump plus block. You gotta go out and around. That's kind of funny too.
We make quite a team, you and I, Tyrion. Should you seek to stop the corruption virus?
I'm not 100% sold on this yet. I need to make sure I got No Man's Sky reinstalled, because I plan on reinstalling it. But that's another one I'm very hesitant just because there's so much more to relearn. So the basic gist of this game, though, in the actual game, is you go from checkpoint to checkpoint, like getting stuff, resources out of off the ground, out of planets, space stations, pillaging, fighting, and then you try and bring it all back to upgrade your ship. But you don't keep all the upgrades, I think. I think it's got more of a roguelike, you know, where you keep some of the upgrades and then the rest on. So here's the actual base. Here, real quick before I turn it off, I'll make sure I got No Man's Sky installed, and then I'm gonna go eat. Probably get back into Space Marine 2 a little bit while I go. Buy stuff.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, when the game launched, you couldn't even buy stuff either. That was kind of weird. Like the vendors existed, but they didn't sell anything. It was definitely like early access.
You will have to do.
Nice, you made it.
So they each have quests for us. Feels like it aims a little better. Kind of weird. I wouldn't think it would matter. Righty. Games doesn't matter. Make sure I got installed. Again, some of these games are just so huge. Like, I want to play some more Path of Exile as well, but that's another game that was too easy to too hard. Like, I'm just trucking along in the story, and all of a sudden I go from, like, one shot in the entire screen to getting one shot every time I take a step. That's just seemed odd. And I do still have Remnant installed. That's my primary, like, if I could focus on one game right now, it'd probably be that. I don't know why I keep moving around on all these others. Where is No Man's Sky? I thought it was a big game, and there's games. All of them really good. Here's another underrated game, Aliens Fireteam Elite. Oh yeah, and if you like Dead by Daylight, Predator Hunting Grounds is another good one. It's the Predator versus the Marines. Pretty good. Like, the Marines have a mission that they're trying to get done, and you're trying to stop them, and it's pretty well done. And similar to, like, my complaints about Dead by Daylight, whereas, you know, you can't fight back. If you make a mistake as the Predator and leave yourself in the open, the Marines straight up can kill you. So there's a little more even footing there, which I think is nice. I fired up just to look at my character. Last played over a year ago. Man. This is probably in my like favorite game ever area. Like, definitely in the top 10. And I've been playing games since they were text only. So. Beats out some of the nostalgia of those. If they ever added. Even the music gives me that nostalgia. Again, so much to relearn in any of these games when you go back. I jump games too much, which just watching the last 2 hours can say no shit. I do need to focus a little more. Well, I think making a schedule is probably going to be a good idea. Yeah, that was one of the few consoles I skipped completely. The original Xbox. I did not have one. I did play some Halo. I had friends that had the Xbox. I'm at half health. That's kind of interesting for a starting point. I must be wearing something that keeps my health at a half for some reason. Yeah, the controls in this. I mean, for a gamepad, this is definitely the best gamepad controls I've seen. Especially for a third-person game. Like, I don't understand why they can't all feel this good. For how to use abilities, though. The left bumper. Oh, it's just like Division. Hold left bumper, then the right. Yep. Try a boss fight, yeah. Twice switches weapons, yeah. This game is great. Definitely up there for my favorite games ever. See where I was. If I come back today, I'll probably play some Space Marine 2, I think. Be my guess. Thanks for the follow, and I appreciate you hanging out for a bit. I'm gonna head out and eat some. And doodles.